Hello. Sawubona Honorable Dlamini.
Hello, Mkhaya, unjani?
Ngiyaphila unjani?
Ngiyaphila i-background yami inoyizi noma injani? Injani i-background yami inoyizi na?
Hayi, alright. Ngiyakubona nje ayisho ngibona isithombe sakho ngithi ukuthi ngikubingelele.
Ngithumelele ne-e-wallet ungangibingeleli kuphela. Thumela ne-e-wallet lapho sibone ukuthi amabhanki ayasebenza.
Uyabona? Hayi ngizokuthumelela. Ciao.
So.
Good evening, good afternoon, honorable members. I've just had a request from the Office of the Chief Whip that everybody who will be debating today should quickly switch on their cameras so that we can check that you are well framed. Thank you very much.
What do you mean well framed? I will be the frame when I'm speaking, as I'll move to better lighting. Amandla. We miss Shirley.
How am I,
But
Lizette?
nice to hear.
You look great, Honorable
as well.
Baby. Honorable
Thank you.
Ryder, you look fine.
Oh, mama.
Oh, the mama, oh, the papas.
You look very beautiful, like a 16-year-old mama.
Oh, yes, I am 60-year-old Baba.
Honorable Kaiser Philander, you look great.
You
Honorable
know what,
Njadu, you look
Papas?
good.
You know
Honorable
what, Papas?
Tafeni, if you
Let
could
me tell
just
you
zoom out a
something.
bit so that your head isn't cut off.
Let me tell you something, Papas. Imamas ziyezathi ku-president, Papas.
Oh, hayi kaloku besingekho apho thina singendawo Ndongwane, Honorable Ndongwane.
Hayi, Chan, athula ke wena magwala. Phuma.
Honorable Ndongeni, could you possibly just tilt your screen forward a bit?
Forward, okanye backward.
Yes, towards you.
I'm fine now.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Can you see me? It's Peters from the Eastern Cape.
Honorable Peters, I can't see you. I can just see your virtual background. Perhaps you can switch on the camera.
It is.
Okay, I can see the cameras on, but I can't see you, ma'am.
I don't know why can't you see me, because it's right in front of me.
Let me just ask ICT to assist you quickly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
She is ready. We can start at any time.
If we have a freedom, this is, as I indicate, the deputy chair is supposed to confirm that he is colleague. I must be political management, then the formal process. We'll follow the sport once.
Good afternoon, Honorable Minister.
Afternoon.
How are you?
I'm good, and how are you?
Very well, thank you. I think if you could just tilt your screen forward slightly, then you'll be perfectly framed.
Is that okay?
Slightly more, otherwise the caption will cut off your chin. There you go. There you go.
Is that okay?
That's great. Thank you, ma'am.
So,
Yeah, Advocate Lenin Song, yeah. Okay. All right.
Yes. Thank you very much. I guess Advocate Nonyane, we are ready.
Recording
Yes,
in
Chair,
progress.
the House is operating. Indeed, Chair, the House is operating.
Yes, thank you very much. In keeping with our tradition, honorable members, allow me to bow to my right and bow to my left. And having done so, we'll proceed to observe a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Thank you very much. Honorable delegates, before we proceed, I would like to remind everybody of the rules relating to virtual and hybrid meetings and sittings, in particular part of 21, 22, 23 of Rule 103, which provides for the following: that the virtual sitting constitutes the sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that delegates in the sitting enjoy the same powers and privileges that apply in the sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that for the purposes of a quorum, all delegates who are logged onto the virtual platform shall be considered present, that delegates must switch on their videos if they want to speak, that delegates should ensure that the microphones on their gadgets are muted and must always remain muted, that all delegates may participate in the discussions through the chat room. In addition, I would like to remind delegates that the interpretation facility is active. Permanent delegates, members of the executive, and special delegates on the virtual platform are requested to ensure that the interpretation facility on the electronic devices are properly activated to facilitate access to the interpretation services. I will now move on, honorable delegates, to allow an opportunity to delegates to give notices of motions. And just to remind delegates that 20 minutes in total is allocated in total for notices of motion and motions without notice. So we'll start with notices of motion. Not any notice of motion?
Chairperson. Chair Jadu.
Yes.
Nana.
Okay. I see a few hands there. The first one is going to be Lund. To be followed by BB. To be followed by Bartlett. To be followed by Shaikh. So we'll start with Honorable Lund.
Jadu also, Chair. Jadu.
Jadu also noted.
And Nana. And Nana, Chair.
Nana is also noted.
Thank you.
So we'll start with Honorable Lund.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this Council debates the economic impact the effective functioning of our seaports can have, specifically the upgrade of harbors away from metropolitan areas such as Moss Bay, with unemployment rising at an alarming rate and the need for easier access of rural agricultural, tourism, and alternatives to the main ports. We need investments to turn around the ailing economy. I so move.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Lund. We'll move on to Honorable BB.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House in its next sitting
Can't hear we seem to be losing you. If you can just go back again. We're losing you, so.
Okay, thanks, Chairperson. Chairperson, I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House in its next sitting debate strengthening of the initiatives that are geared at dealing decisively with the sophisticated criminal syndicates who are involved in the coal smuggling, which results in energy crisis and load shedding in South Africa. I so move, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable BB. We'll move on to Honorable Bartlett.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House in its next sitting debates mechanism to assist municipalities that are failing to perform their basic functions such as delivery of clean potable water, regular waste collection and road maintenance to prevent the rapid deterioration of the quality of life of its residents. I so move, Honorable Chairperson. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bartlett. We'll proceed to Honorable Shai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I hereby give notice on behalf of the African National Congress that in the next sitting of the Council, I shall move that the Council debates measures to curb the surge in cash in transit heists, which have become a significant threat to the national security. Notes that since January 2023, there have been 249 cash in transit robberies, which moved. Should I repeat?
We couldn't hear part of what you're saying, but I'm
Chairperson,
going to request
I
you
hereby
to
give notice.
Repeat.
I hereby give notice
Please
on
proceed.
behalf of the African National Congress that in the next sitting of the Council, I shall move that the Council debates measures to curb the surge in cash in transit heists, which have become a significant threat to the national security. Notes that since January 2023, there have been 249 cash in transit robberies, which is a 30% increase from the same period last year. I so move. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Shai. Thank you very much for the motion, Honorable Njadu.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson. On behalf of the African National Congress, I hereby give notice that in the next meeting of the Council, I shall move that the Council debates measures to strengthen the registration and monitoring system for the registration of professionals such as doctors, dentists, nurses, radiologists, engineers, and lawyers to clamp down on fraudulent registered professionals, particularly unregistered healthcare professionals and lawyers who continue to exploit our communities to further their self-seeking greed for personal enrichment. I so move, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll then move on to Honorable Nana.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hereby give notice on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this council in its next sitting debate the dire and terrible state of our state enterprises. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nana. Thank you very much, honorable members and delegates. We will then move on to motions without notice. In this regard, we'll start with Honorable Lund, who will be followed by Honorable Mtetwa, who will be followed by
Mohai.
Followed by Mohai, yes, Honorable Mohai, who will be followed by Honorable Detroit.
And Honorable Dlamini's hand is up, Chair.
And in traveling.
Honorable Dlamini's hand is up.
Let's start with Nchabeling. Then there's Honorable
Honorable hand is also up.
is also here, Chair.
Honorable Malika, the hand is up.
Honorable Malika.
Honorable President.
Honorable Kosi.
Zube's hand is up, Chair. Zube's hand is up.
Honorable President.
Honorable Mletsane.
Honorable President.
Honorable President. Please be patient. Honorable Muiman.
Honorable President.
There's Honorable Boshoff.
Honorable President.
Honorable Muzamai.
There's
Honorable President.
All 100 of us.
There's Mutsamai.
Honorable President.
There's Masangu.
And Rada, please, Chair.
There's Honorable Ryder.
Honorable President.
Honorable Professor.
Chairperson, this is Honorable Okamp. My name was up second, but the table lowered my hand.
Honorable
my name is also
Okamp.
there.
Honorable Okamp, yeah.
Honorable Dlamini, Chair, did you note?
Dlamini, I have your name. Yeah.
Thank you.
Noted. Any other? Thank you very much. We'll start with Honorable Lund.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Honorable House Chairperson.
Please.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this council notes that the Skarrelhuisie in Grootbrak, Mossel Bay, recently celebrated its first anniversary. Recalls that this community project flows from a partnership formed between the Ward 4 Committee, the Ratepayers Association of Grootbrak, and the Mossel Bay Municipality, and aims to create an enabling environment where job seekers and potential employers can link up to bring a positive change to people's lives. Acknowledges that the Skarrelhuisie has helped more than 7,500 people to find a job opportunity to date, and recognizes that community projects like the Skarrelhuisie, which are aimed at reducing unemployment and facilitating job placements, play an important role in fostering economic growth and social development, and in empowering individuals to become self-sufficient while enhancing the local economy. We further acknowledges that it is important to continue supporting and expanding such projects to reach even more people, and that these community projects can continue to strengthen the impact and create sustainable employment solutions through collaborating with local businesses, organizations, and government agencies. Lastly, that we congratulate the Skarrelhuisie on their achievement and wish it all the best in continuing its good work in the future. I so move.
Thank you very much. Any objection? There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to. Thank you very much. Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House commend the initiative of the KwaZulu-Natal provincial government to launch a Tutuka driving skills program which seeks to assist more than 3,000 people across all age group to get free learners and driving license from Code 8 to Code 14. Note that this initiative is part of the Provincial Transport Month's campaign, Chair. Also note that the engagement has already been initiated with the driving school executives to bring them on board and work with them in rolling out this program. We believe that this initiative will contribute greatly deal in the increasing chances for unemployed people to access jobs, as when people have license, they stand a better chance of being employed and drivers across all sectors, and support this call by the KwaZulu-Natal provincial government for all unemployed citizens in the province to apply for this program. I so move, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mtetwa. Any objection? None. There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Mahai.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hereby move without notice that the Council notes that the 27th of October 2023 will mark the 106th anniversary of Oliver Reginald Tambo, who was a fearless anti-apartheid activist who served as the president of the African National Congress from 1967 to 1991. Further knows that Oliver Tambo was an outstanding revolutionary democrat, a principal theoretician of the perspective of the National Democratic Revolution to which the NC is committed, and consequently a central architect of the popular forces which would have an obligation to lead the offensive to achieve the National Democratic Revolution, acknowledges the indelible role that was played by Oliver Tambo in fighting against the repugnant system of apartheid and the pervasive legacy of the colonial and imperialist system, which resulted in the dispossession of the indigenous African majority and the destruction of its communities, resulting in deculturation and radical weakening of the sense of African identity, and the destruction of traditional value system identified as Ubuntu Botho, which would ensure African social cohesion. Takes this opportunity to join the family of Oliver Tambo and the African National Congress in their celebration of 106th anniversary of this outstanding 21st African century revolutionary, makes a clarion call to all the public representatives across party political spectrum, especially the youth of South Africa, to reclaim the leadership values of this revolutionary titan in our ongoing task to democratic renewal and consolidation. I so move, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mahai. Any objection?
Object. Yes, Chair.
Yes.
Object,
That's
Chair.
madness.
I was asking if is there any objection?
Yes, Chair. Honorable Etoy objects.
Yeah, who's objecting? Honorable Etoy?
That is correct, yes, Chair.
Yes. Honorable Etoy is objection. And there being an objection, the motion may not be proceeded with and will become a notice of a motion. Thank you very much.
It's understandable, it's the freedom.
Now we'll move on to Honorable Toy.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I move on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus without notice that the House notes with great sadness the passing of Warrant Officer Karin Schultz, a respected SAPS member from Kempton Park Visible Policing Unit. Notes that this SAPS member was not only a public servant, but a wife to a husband, a mother to her children, a giant among friends, and a confidant among colleagues. Notes that her legacy of fair judgment, respect, and empathy will live on in her absence, and conveys our heartfelt condolences to the Schultz family. I so move.
Thank you very much. Is there an objection? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Nchabele.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. I hereby move without notice that the Council notes and welcomes the launch of the Border Management Authority at the Musina Showgrounds in Limpopo on Thursday, 5 October 2023. Acknowledges that the launch of the Border Management Authority is a fulfillment of the commitment to establish a single, integrated, and efficient authority to manage and secure the borders of the Republic of South Africa, to ensure that South Africans live in peace and harmony with each other and with our neighbors, and reaffirms its support to all national efforts to strengthen the integrity of the country's border security, and admits that when our country's ports of entry and borders are well protected and well managed, we are able to prevent the illegal importation and exit of goods. I so move, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nchabele. Any objection? None. And there being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Next is Honorable Dlamini. Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you, Chair. Can I kindly keep my camera off?
Please proceed.
I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that Council notes that October is designated as the Pink Month, a month which raises awareness on breast cancer, including its early identification, signs and symptoms associated with the disease. Further notes that incidences of breast cancer among South African women is increasing and is one of the most common cancers among women in the country. Recognize that 90% of early-stage breast cancer are curable, with treatments available that can conserve the breasts. Further recognize that every year, breast cancer kills more than 500,000 women around the world. Acknowledge that in settings such as those found in our country, where resources are not made available to women, the majority of women with breast cancer are diagnosed at an advanced stage of the disease, resulting in low survival rates. The Economic Freedom Fighters calls upon the Minister of Health to make health facilities with mammograms accessible for all women, all year round, even those women living in rural areas, which are often forgotten by the ANC. Our hearts are with those that are fighting this disease. We stand with those that have survived it, and we bow our heads to commemorate those who've lost their lives to cancer. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dlamini. Any objection?
Can I move an amendment, Chair? She must expunge the ANC. The ANC is not opposed to the struggle to liberate women and will agree with the motion if she agrees.
Honorable Dlamini?
The ANC has forgotten women in rural areas. I will not amend, Chairperson. Thank you.
And the motion is incorrect.
So there's an objection to the motion. And there being an objection, the motion will not be proceeded with and will become a notice of a motion. Thank you very much.
Shows how your
We'll
party
proceed to Honorable Malika.
are so ignorant.
Ignorance are the sound boxes. The loud makers are extremely ignorant in this house.
You are very much ignorant and coming from you.
Honorable members,
of the majority party.
order.
Coming from you.
We'll try and
You could
avoid
have someone to do that, not you.
yeah, that kind of thing. That kind of discussion is not helpful. We'll now move to Honorable Malika.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move without the notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House commends members of the Ekurhuleni district and Eden Park Police Station for arresting perpetrators responsible for attacking the police on Thursday, 12 October 2023. Also note that the police arrested 5 suspects, including the driver of the car that the police had stopped in an attempt to search it before they were attacked. Also note that the suspects will appear before the Palm Ridge Magistrate Court on charges of obstructing police in the execution of their duties, attack on police officers, assault on police officers, and an attempted robbery of a firearm. Believes that an attack against a member of the police is an attack against the state, and those that seek to undermine the authority of the state should be dealt with decisively. Condemns the ongoing attack on police officers with the contempt it deserves and calls for more severe sentences for all those found guilty of attacking members of the police. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malika. Any objection? No objection. The motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much, Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I request not to open my video. Chairperson, I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House congratulates the Springbok tied margin 29-28 victory over the host nation, France, in the 2023 Rugby World Cup quarter-final match on Sunday night, 15 October 2023. Note that both countries displayed a sterling performance and a good dramatic rugby game in Paris, which was enjoyed by 80,000 audience at the stadium, as well as millions of people around the world. Reckons that the Springboks' victory in Paris has opened the way for the team to advance to the semi-final against England on Saturday, 21st October. Also congratulate the South African cricket team in their good start in the Cricket World Cup by winning both their opening match, and wish them well in their match against Netherlands that is currently playing. And calls upon all South Africans to rally behind Amapogo in their semi-final encounter with England and Proteas cricket team with the rest of their matches. Lastly, Chair, wishes both teams a success in their World Cup campaigns. I so move, Honorable Chair.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Nkosi. Any objection? None. There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Ntube.
Thanks, Chair of the Council. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the Council notes with utter dismay and profound sadness the brutal and devastating violence and destruction in Israel and Gaza since Saturday, the 7th last week. Further knows that the atrocities and senseless murder of the innocent civilians, particularly women and children, that the world has witnessed since the 7th of October are the latest chapter in a painful history of suffering, oppression, occupation, and conflict going back to more than 75 years. Acknowledges that the harrowing deaths of Israel and Palestinian civilians are a shock to our collective humanity, and South Africans, we are particularly filled with a deep sorrow as some who have died are South African citizens caught in a conflict. Reiterates the call of the South African government that the Palestinians and Israel people should come together, reconcile, and choose path of just peace. Take this opportunity to express its profound sadness and condolences to the countless families and individuals who have lost their family members and those who are going through the most difficult time in hospitals and facing a bleak and endless future of senseless death, violence, oppression, and discrimination. I so move. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ntube. Any objection? There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. Honorable Muletsa.
Thank you, Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that the Council should note that the Machabe municipality in Lejwe-Leputswa region in the Free State province is in a crisis of municipal debts. Further note that the municipality currently owes over 200 million to 15 companies for service rendered. The House should also acknowledge that about 42 state vehicles were attached by the court, this including municipal waste removal trucks and a fleet of newly bought municipal bikes. Further, the House should acknowledge that on Friday, the 22nd of September 2023, a court plea to block the sheriff from confiscating municipal assets was dismissed by the Bloemfontein Magistrate Court, consequently allowing the 15 companies owed by the municipality to proceed with the seizure of municipal assets. The House should also recognize that municipalities play an important role in shaping the nature and quality of services rendered to our people, and that the growth of public debts therefore has a negative impact on service delivery. Further, the House should recognize that public service play a critical role in advancing human rights, fighting poverty, and addressing inequality, and that Machabe's financial problems will worsen the service delivery that was rendered by this municipality and prevent it from functioning. The economic freedom fighters calls for all municipalities to effectively manage their finances and debts, and as debts can be rendered a violation of fundamental rights. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ntsane. Is there any objection?
Yes, Chair. Ntube object, Chair.
So there's an objection, and there being an objection, the motion may not be proceeded with and will become a notice of a motion. Thank you very much. Honorable Muima.
On a point of order, Chair. On a point of order.
What is the point of order, Mama?
Chairperson, today's sitting must note that the chief whip of the majority party is extremely childish. It's extremely petty. He cannot.
That is not a point of order, Chair. That's the statement. Political statement that
That's inside the chief whip.
The political
Keep quiet, man. My whip is speaking. What is this now?
The political
your whip
statement,
is not
Chair,
speaking. It's just insulting our.
We should not afford a chance to speak any
Honorable
further.
Honorable members,
give her a
may
chance.
I plead with you that all of us are responsible for ensuring a proper decorum of the House. And any behavior that undermines the functioning of the House and therefore overall work as Parliament, and particularly as the National Council of Provinces. So we Honorable Mbabato, please note that what you are raising is not a point of order. You're not articulating a different point of view. Honorable members, I really plead with you. Let's please cooperate and ensure that the running of the House is smooth and it does achieve its intention and purpose. Thank you very much. We'll proceed to Honorable Muima.
Thank you, National Chairperson of the Council of Province, Ramasondo. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House welcomes the 2022 South Africa's national census results, which were handed over to President Cyril Ramaphosa at the Union Building in Pretoria on Tuesday, the 10th of October 2023. Further, one knows that the Census 2022 is a valuable tool at the disposal of government and policymakers, as the data contained in a census is most crucial and critical in informing the planning, budgeting, and policy-making work of government. Further notes that the 2022 South Africa's national results show a remarkable increase in population and service delivery. Moreover, recognizes that the census shows that in 1996, only 80% of households in the country had access to piped water against 92% in 2022. Also recognize that the proportion of households using electricity as the main source of energy for lighting increased significantly from 58.1% in 1996 to 94.7% in 2022. Further believes that, therefore, the Census 2022 will assist in pointing, especially to the lawmakers and government, where progress has been made as well as challenges that need to be resolved. National Chair, further applaud Statistics South Africa for the credibility and integrity of the magnitude of data they have collected and went into compiling Census 2022. I so move, National Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Muima. Any objection? There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. We'll proceed to Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this council notes with concern that three persons sadly passed away on Monday, 3 October 2023, when two articulated trucks were involved in a side sweep collision on the R36 between Lydenburg and Bambi. Further notes that another person sustained critical injuries and was subsequently airlifted to a nearby hospital. Recalls that the R36 has claimed many other lives over the years and that many accidents have been caused by the road's bad conditions and the non-completion of contracts to improve these conditions. Acknowledges that one of the contractors suspended its work due to payment-related issues and the non-compliance of the Mpumalanga Department of Public Works, Roads and Transport to provide the agreed-upon materials, as indicated by the departmental spokesperson, Mr. Bongani Dlamini. Recognizes that the department has indicated that the completion of the current refurbishments will only be completed by February 2024. Calls upon the Department of the Department of Public Works, Roads and Transport to monitor the progress of the refurbishments and to provide monthly updates to this council on the progress to ensure that it is completed by February 2024 to combat further accidents and to prevent the further loss of lives on this road. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Boshoff. Any objection to the motion? None. There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We'll move on to Honorable Ndongeni. Honorable Ndongeni.
Thank you, Chair. Afternoon. I hereby move without notice that the Council note with utmost concern and apprehension the brutal and senseless murder of police officers across the country. Further notes that since the beginning of 2023, more than 15 places officers were killed and several more were left with care life-threatening injuries, leaving members of the police force fearing for their safety in the quest to serve and protect our people. Acknowledge that the unabated senseless killing of police officers is not only a blatant attack against the state, but also a gross violation of the rights of South African but heartless criminals, and take this opportunity to call on Minister Bheki to double the fight against the heartless and callous criminals who have declared a violence and a death against police officers. I so moved, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndongeni. Any objection? None. There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We'll proceed to Honorable Mutsamai. Honorable Mutsamai. Honorable Mutsamai.
I don't have a motion, Chair.
Okay, we'll move on then to Honorable Mahlangu. Honorable Mahlangu. Not there. Honorable Ryder.
Honorable, I'm here, Chair. I'm here. I'm here, Chair. Can you hear me?
Please proceed.
Thank you. Please pardon me for not opening my video, Honorable Chairperson. I hereby stand on behalf of the African National Congress and move without notice that the Council notes with utmost concern the persisting high level of crime and blatant disregard of human life in many parts of the country. Further note that the high levels of crime are exacerbated by a number of factors that include utter disregard of the border management system of our country that has seen a frightening rise in cross-border crime, cash-in-transit crime, zamazamas, and the illegal and forceful occupation of derelict and unoccupied buildings in our country. Takes this opportunity to express its support to the Minister of Police, Honorable Minister Bheki, for more resources to support the work of the police to defend and expand the capabilities of the police to speedily address some of these challenges, especially the organized armed crimes like the cash-in-transit crimes, the zamazamas, and the outbreaks of fires and other natural disasters. I so move, Chairperson, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Any objection? There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Ryder.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this Council notes the simultaneous recent outbreaks of avian influenza and rabbit viral hemorrhagic disease in the Republic. That this Council acknowledges that these outbreaks have a devastating effect on our agricultural sector and that the resultant impact on the rising food prices will be borne by South Africans who are already struggling to make ends meet due to the cost of living crisis. Recognizes that the Republic's animal health system is woefully unprepared to deal with these outbreaks. Calls on the State Veterinarian and the Department of Agricultural, Land Reform and Rural Development to act urgently to intervene in the management of these outbreaks and to ensure that vaccines are procured to deal effectively with the H7N6 strain, which has destroyed the livelihoods of poultry farmers, and also to improve affordable access to the RVHD vaccine. Further calls on the State Veterinarian and the Department to facilitate open channels of communication and ensure that affected farmers and other role players are kept well informed. And additionally, calls on the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, Ms. Didiza, to update this Council on the government's intervention to ensure that poultry and rabbit farmers are able to protect their workers' jobs and are able to restart their businesses. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any objection to the motion? None. And there being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We proceed to Honorable Professor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this Council notes the alleged constitutional infringement of the basic human rights of the forgotten people of Ditshotwane by the Tswahing local municipality, which relocated them to an open section of Achisanang Ward 8 almost 14 years ago with a promise of a suitable housing development before they were forgotten. Recognizes that these people are forced to live in the most inhumane conditions without access to running water, toilets, and adequate shelter, and that their makeshift shacks are regularly blown away by strong winds and burned to ashes by veld fires, resulting in the loss of the entire existence of these vulnerable people. Acknowledges that the right to adequate housing, as enshrined in Section 20 of the Constitution, and the rights to access healthcare, sufficient food and water, and social security, as enshrined in Section 27 of the Constitution, are important basic human rights, which are indivisible and interdependent. Calls on the Nakamodiri Molema District Municipality and the Tswahing Local Municipality as the Water and Sanitation Service Authorities and the Northwest Department of Human Settlements to intervene and prioritize the improvement of the current living conditions of the forgotten people of Ditshotwane. Further calls on the Tswahing Municipality to prioritize the development of suitable housing for the forgotten people of Ditshotwane as a matter of urgency. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Professor. Any objection to the motion? None. And there being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. Honorable Okam.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Chairperson, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this Council notes with sadness the untimely passing of 6 military servicemen and women during the recent veld fires that ravaged the Luatla military base. Further notes that these and other veld fires recently caused extensive damage in Luatla, Gamagara, Kuruman, Katu, Danielskuil, and other areas in the Northern Cape, Northwest, and Free State provinces. That this House acknowledges the sterling work of the various firefighting organizations, a large number of farmers, other persons and companies who unselfishly made their firefighting equipment and other resources such as vehicles and funding available and put their own lives at risk to assist in containing the extent of the damage caused by these veld fires. That this House recognizes that there is an urgent need for fodder to be made available to those farmers who lost extensive grazing fields due to the devastating veld fires. That this House calls on the premiers of the Northern Cape, Northwest, and Free State provinces to declare the affected areas disaster areas to assist with the release of additional emergency funds. Further, calls on the relevant members of the Executive Council in these provinces to immediately approve the distribution of fodder from fodder banks to the affected farmers. That this House extends its sincere condolences to the families of the 6 military servicemen and women who tragically lost their lives, and that this House thanks the various firefighting organizations, the large number of farmers, other persons, and companies for their efforts to assist in fighting these fires. I so move.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Okam. Any objection to the motion? No objection. And there being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much, honorable members. We'll now proceed to the Chief Whip on a motion regarding the order paper. Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. I move, Chairperson, that the Council elects Melinda Nelly Moss as Programming Whip in terms of the Council Rule 22 with effect from the 17th October 2023. I so move. Thanks.
No, thank you very much, Chief Whip. We will now proceed to the question. I shall put the question, and the question is that the motion be agreed to. Before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations of vote in terms of Rule 86 if they so wish. And just as a reminder, there's a maximum of 3 minutes per declaration. Any province wishing to make a declaration? Ndongeni or Ndongeni?
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chairperson, as the province of the Eastern Cape, we rise to express our support of the election of Honorable Linda Moss as the first woman programming whip of the council since its establishment in 1997. This is another demonstration of the ANC commitment to gender equality and the advancement of the women in all leadership positions in our country. We congratulate the ANC and the leadership of the council to make sure that before the end, we end the 6th parliament to demonstrate our commitment to break all barriers that exist in our society, to ensure that this council has its first Black women program whip. Ndiyabulela Sihlalo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndongeni. Any other province should make a declaration? I see PB there. PB to be followed by Honorable Malik.
Okay, ngiyabonga Sihlalo ohloniphekile. IKwaZulu Natal iyakwesekwa ukukhethwa kukamhlonishwa uLinda Nelly Moss njengoba ewesifazane wokuqala ukukhethwa njengosotswebhu weprogramming selokhu kwaqalwa lendlu ngomhla ka-1997. UKhongolose usibonisile ukuzibophezela ekufakeni abesifazane kwizikhundla eziphezulu. Ngiwuthulela isigqoko lombutho kaKhongolose ngiphinde ngiwushayele ihlombe ngokuthi ukhuphule owesifazane kwisikhundla esiphezulu. Futhi wawagqabula namaketango wokuthi owesifazane kule society esikuyona akukho angasike akwenze, wokuthi kulokhu kukhethwe owesifazane kulokhu owokuqala kulomkhakha wosotswebhu weprogramming walendlu. Halala Khongolose, ngiyabonga Sihlalo.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Malika.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo. The province of Mpumalanga will rise to express our support of the election of Honorable Linda Moss as the first women programming whip of the council since its establishment in 1997. This is another demonstration of the ANC commitment to gender equality and the advancement of women in all leadership positions in our country. We congratulate the ANC and the leadership of the council to make sure that before the end of the 6th parliament, to demonstrate our commitment to break all barriers that exist in our society to ensure that this council has its first Black women programming whip. I thank you. Halala Mbogoto.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malika. We now proceed to voting. I now call upon the province to cast their votes. And when called upon to do so, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We'll do so in alphabetical order, starting with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape iyavuma sihlalo.
Eastern Cape iyavuma. Free State.
Free State support, Chairperson of the Council.
Free State supports. Gauteng. Gauteng. KwaZulu Natal.
iKwaZulu Natal iyaweseka sihlalo umbono.
Iyaweseka. Limpopo.
Limpopo supports, Chairperson.
Limpopo supports. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga support, Chairperson.
Mpumalanga supports. Northern Cape.
The Northern Cape, Chair.
Yes. Northern Cape. Northern Cape.
They are not on the platform.
The provincial whip must vote, Ma'am Council.
She's not on the platform. Therefore, as a delegate,
thank you very much.
I'm also entitled to say,
on to Northwest.
Have a say from a province.
Northwest.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Bokoni bophirima bo amoamogela mme Mukondo.
Thank you very much. Western Cape.
Western Cape abstain.
Western Cape abstain. Thank you very much. Voting is now closed.
Chairperson, so is
Northern Cape.
Northern Cape abstain.
6, 7.
Northern
Provinces have voted. 7 provinces have voted
Western
in
Cape
favor.
support. Northern Cape support.
At the time when we're voting, we're not there. So the results as follows: 7 provinces have voted in favor. I therefore declare the motion agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. Let us then at this point congratulate Honorable Moss on being elected as the programming whip. Thank you very much. We will now proceed to the debate, honorable members and delegates. Before we proceed, I would however like to welcome Honorable Togoti Tiza, Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, as well as Honorable N. Dlamini Zuma, Minister in the Presidency responsible for women, youth, and people with disabilities. Also take this opportunity to welcome MECs and all special delegates to this particular sitting. We shall now proceed to the subject of the debate as printed on the order paper. That is debate on International Rural Women's Day 2023, expanding agricultural and rural development opportunities for rural women in South Africa. I now call upon Honorable Togoti Tiza, Minister of Agriculture and Land Reform and Rural Development, to open the debate. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the NCOP, honorable members of the NCOP, the Chief Whip of the NCOP, and also the delegates, the MECs on the platform, and my colleague, Minister Dlamini Zuma. Today, we celebrate International Rural Women's Day. Under the theme, Rural Women Cultivating Good Food for All. Probably all of us would need to ask why we celebrate this day. It is because we recognize the contribution of rural women in shaping the future of their communities. Each one of us seated here today in this house, I'm sure our grandparents, our mothers, our aunts, and maybe even to this day, some of us may be cultivating the land in order to feed our families and our communities. Therefore, this day underscores the need for gender equality, empowerment, and improved living conditions for rural women, as they are essential for sustainable development and the eradication of poverty in rural areas. This celebration aims to encourage governments, legislatures, and civil society to pay attention to the rural women's needs and assist and invest in them, pursuing the political and socio-economic empowerment of rural women and support full and equal participation in decision-making. House Chairperson, as I prepared for this meeting, I thought of Mele Buhang Zulu, who is actually running a poultry project in Jagastad Trust, which has got about 43,000 beds. I also thought of Thandi Mkwena of Ehlanzeni, equally producing poultry. Anna Posa in the Vaal, the rural Transvaal, who is farming on pigs and is actually at a commercial level. There are many such women in our country, some of them which we may not call by their names, but they are there and they are making a living and making their communities to have good food. International days like the one we're recognizing today are powerful advocacy tools that help us to educate the public on issues of concern, to mobilize political will and resources to address and reinforce our commitment to the ideals of our democracy. Today, we recognize the crucial role the women and girls play in the ongoing fight against underdevelopment in rural areas, fighting against poverty, fighting against hunger and economic hardships. Recently, Statistics South Africa reported that there are now 62 million people in South Africa, and 52% of them are women. About 68% of this population is residing in urban areas with the hope of a better life and economic opportunities. Because of limited opportunities in rural areas, especially for women, South Africa has become one of the countries in the world with the fastest urbanization rate, measured at 2.2% per annum since 1994. This indicates the speed at which the country should be producing food to feed its growing urban population. I must, however, say that on one hand, this situation may look bleak, but it offers an opportunity for rural women to be able to feed these people who are in the urban areas. It is therefore important to look at our various resources, both natural resources and financial resources and human capability, on how we can use this to support women. Behind our country's food production, there are hardworking and committed women in farms, in laboratories, in pack houses, and other segments of food value chains. Yet women do not wield equal power or enjoy similar praises as men when we showcase the successes of farming in the country. Perhaps it is because the larger proportion of land is owned by women, or is it because men receive higher wages than women, even though at times they are doing similar work? It is for that reason that when we amended our beneficiary selection policy on land, we made sure that 50% of all land that government redistribute would go to women in order to address the land ownership and access gap. The neglected role and contribution of women in agriculture partly contribute to the gender equality gap, which we are witnessing every day in terms of access to finance and equal remuneration for the same work. To correct this, the government is committed to empowering women in agriculture. From the political front, 5 of the province's MECs are actually women, which we have seen that through their contribution in the sector have really bring up a lot of women into the fore in the agricultural sector, as well as young women and girls. Supporting women to participate and contribute meaningfully to agriculture and the rural economy has many challenges. This is the space that is largely controlled by men, particularly if one looks at the rural areas and the access of women to land. Again, the issues of influence to the markets and how the rules are determined in order to actually dominate the policy debate in the sector. To create a space and opportunity for women, as government, we have reviewed our policies to recognize the central role that women, youth, and people living with disabilities in rural areas are actually fully entrenched in the farming sector. We have been able to ensure that through the grants that we have, such as PESI, if one were to look at the profiles of the beneficiary of the Presidential Employment Stimulus Initiative, majority of them are women. If you look at the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program, Enilima Litima, again, in this instance, the numbers are on the increase because we've deliberately said we needed to target rural women and women in particular because of the role that they play in feeding our nation. When it comes to financing, we are engaging and working with our financial institution and development financial institutions to ensure that we can unlock more opportunities to finance women so that they can be productive. Currently, we've got a blended finance scheme which unlocks 4 billion in public and private sector funding. At least 50% of all projects approved under this scheme are for women or women-owned enterprises. We've also recognized that women's participation should go beyond the commercial agricultural areas and land reform farms. Subsequently, we've mapped out the rural areas landscape and assisted in current use and future potential. In an area such as in the Owartambo region, particularly under Nkosi Tutumayo, we assisted women with water tanks which can use both for their household water because water is life, and at the same time irrigate their houses as part of empowering rural women to be able to become productive. Working with Boxer as a retail sector, we train women in understanding the market and how they can produce quality goods that can find their way into our shelves. We're working with other government departments, nationally and provincially, to have a systematic way in which we can intervene and support women in the rural areas, particularly in commodities such as wool, mohair, soybean, poultry, beef, and goats, because we believe that these commodities in the agricultural sector, women can actually amass more skills, but also wealth, because these are part and parcel of the commodities that they have and they work with. But what we need is to upscale and aggregate their intervention. House Chairperson, invited by the MEC of Mpumalanga, Meshiba, I visited one of the rural projects that they have in Marapiani, in Dr. J.S. Moroka, where working with the rural leadership, traditional leadership areas in particular, they identified 3 women, young women, and 3 young men. And they were allotted land where now they are producing maize and also producing vegetables which have found their way in the market. Actually, out of their first produce which they took to SPAR, satisfied with their quality, actually, sorry, not SPAR, but Pick and Pay, they were actually assured that if they can show consistent supply at least for 3 months, they can be able to capture the provincial or even their national market. This shows the concerted effort where government can put in place to make sure that we don't only just support women with seeds, but we nurture through extension services and market access opportunities both locally, regionally, nationally, and even internationally. It is important, as we found, that the issues of support must actually enable that we interface with other government departments such as water and sanitation in particular, to make sure that harnessing water resources for women, particularly in rural areas, is enabled so that they can use them in producing their crops. The choices of irrigation infrastructure that we need to look at in supporting these women must take into consideration the scarcity of water in our country. And these are the targeted interventions that have been done at various levels. I know in the Northwest Province, for instance, the food security program where women are assisted with few chickens in order to be able to produce eggs for their families and also have access to poultry and be able to even sell into the market. These women are not only given these animals, but they are also trained in biosecurity so that they can ensure that the animal health of their animals are in good shape. They are given good breeds so that they can be able to get quality meat and quality eggs. It is for that reason that I appreciated the motion that was made by one honorable member of the concerted effort that we need to intervene on the issues of avian flu and other animal diseases. And I'm happy because we're working with the agricultural community, both smallholder farmers, subsistence farmers, and commercial farmers, to make sure that we do what is necessary to prevent and ensure that we curb animal diseases before they can be adversely affecting our communities. Chairperson, we've put aside as a department an amount in which we can assist in social and economic infrastructure in rural areas, particularly in improving rural roads, working with our municipalities. Because it is in our view that if we are able to create road infrastructure that is accessible, we will be able to encourage both your input suppliers to come into the rural areas, but also to enable women to take their goods in the market. I'm heartened by the number of rural women in our country, in all the provinces, who really take the feeding the nation as part of the cornerstone of their work, but also as a base from which we can grow. It is through your own interventions in terms of regulations, in terms of budgeting, but also in terms of policy, that we are able as a department to put the resources that you have actually entrusted on us in supporting these women and young women too. We have been working through SPLUMA to actually assess the landscape in our rural areas so that we can zoom at a local level, working with the traditional authorities to see the land space that has been put on agriculture and work with Agricultural Research Council to examine the quality of the soils and also the ecological environment and see what opportunities lie in those rural areas for productive use by women and men too. We've also put skills development program for our young people, particularly the NARISEC program, which today, since its inception, have trained about 17,537 rural youth, where majority of them are girls. And a number of those who have exited have gained entrepreneurial skills which they've put to use in the sector of agriculture, in construction, mining, and manufacturing. We would like to continue with such programs because they enable young people to be exposed in a range of industries, but at the same time, be able to get skills that they can use in the future as in their enterprises. Chairperson, in October 2021, President Ramaphosa launched Wekona as the platform to coordinate public and private sector initiatives for gender transformation and empowerment. Such platforms helps us to draw strength and wisdom from the private sector to tackle challenges faced by the women and girls in rural areas. They assist us in generating insight from the lived experiences of women and enable the mapping of the present and future pathways for an equal and prosperous society. Chairperson, I wish all rural women in our country a happy International Rural Women's Day, and also would like to congratulate the NCOP for having chosen today for all of us to debate the issue of rural women and their contribution to the agricultural sector in particular, but also in the economy and social development of our nation. I thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Titiza. We'll now move on to our second speaker, Honorable Dlamini Zuma, Minister and President for Women, Youth, and People with Disabilities. Honorable Minister.
Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Amos Masondo.
Please speak to the mic, Honorable Minister, and just raise your voice a little bit.
Okay. Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Amos Masondo, is that better?
That's better.
Okay. Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, House Chairpersons, Minister, Honorable Titiza, and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members. This debate on the International Day of Rural Women is very important because, as we know, rural women tend to bear the worst brunt of everything that is happening in our society. They bear the worst brunt on poverty and also on literacy, on economic issues, on education, on even in terms of digital divide, the rural women tend to be worse hit. So this debate provides us with that opportunity to reflect on the struggles of rural women as we approach the 30th year of our democracy. It is most important that as we reflect on these challenges, we also highlight the positive interventions by the government to improve the lives of women as we continue to build a just and equitable democratic society. The face of poverty in the world, not just in South Africa, and not only in the rural areas, tends to be that of women. And in South Africa, it tends to be that of a rural and peri-urban African women. While inequality remains considerably high in South Africa, it is women who continue to bear the worst brand of socioeconomic disparities, particularly as articulated by the World Bank, study that showed that rural women have a proportional discriminated against opportunities, assets, wealth, and even just general opportunities that are there in the country because of their geographic location. So in South Africa, the report shows that a profile of the poor shows a typical poor household as rural and headed by a single economically inactive female Black South African. Poverty is higher in rural than urban areas, and the gap between rural and urban poverty rates widened between 2006 and 2015. Not only is poverty headcount ratio higher in rural areas compared to urban areas, poverty is deeper and more unequal in rural areas as well. Poverty is higher amongst individuals living in female-headed households compared to those living in male-headed households. Participation in economic activities matters for poverty reduction. The non-working and economically inactive experience higher rates of poverty than those who are active. Food insecurity is gendered and more prevalent among the Black African population. Rural areas have the highest poverty concentrations. Honorable Chairperson, the findings of this report remind us that women empowerment is fundamentally about empowering society as a whole, and that there is no country that has successfully advanced whilst remaining indifferent to the ongoing structural and physical violence on women and their right to self-actualization. But let me say that looking at the census results, it shows that a lot of work has been done and there's been lots of improvements. Because according to the Statistics South Africa, more than half the population, 51.1% of the South African population is female. And also according to the General Household Survey, about 42% of households are headed by females. While women empowerment is central to the global development agenda and is a stepping stone to gender equality, a report released by Stats South Africa shows the following improvements. As the recent census 2022 shows that if we take education, for instance, the following gains have been registered for persons 20 years and older between 1996 and 2022. The percentage of those who have completed secondary education has more than doubled. There's been improvement in the rural areas as well. Numbers of those without any schooling have significantly dropped, and that's true for rural areas as well. Those with post-school education have nearly doubled, and there's been improvement in the rural areas also. Households that resided in informal dwellings, have increased sharply from 65.1 to 88.5. So there is improvement. Electricity, despite our energy crisis, access to electricity for lighting has increased from 58.1% to 94.7%. Water, the percentage of households with no access to water has been halved from 19.7 to 8.7. Health, the following has been registered in the improvement to South African healthcare system. South Africa has several transformative and progressive policies and legislation aimed at advancing women's empowerment and gender equality. A review of some of these indicators suggests that there is improvement in the quality of life of women over the years, who are experiencing a decrease in the deaths occurring during pregnancy, childbirth, and the postpartum of a woman whilst pregnant within 42 days of termination of pregnancy. So definitely there's been an improvement. Now, this is because of what the ANC government has done over the years. That's why there are these improvements. And in the words of President Samora Machel, which ring true today, and I quote, "The emancipation of women is not an act of charity. It's a result of humanitarian or compassionate attitude. The liberation of women is a fundamental necessity for the revolution, the guarantee of its continuity and the precondition for its victory. The main objective of the revolution is to destroy the system of exploitation and build a new society which releases the potentialities of human beings, reconciling them with labor and with nature. This is the context within which the question of women's emancipation arises," close quote. Obviously, the ANC government has made sure that the emancipation of women is part and parcel of our freedom. And it understands that without the emancipation of women, society cannot reach its full potential. Honorable Chair, from caregivers, community workers, factory workers, domestic and farm workers, to the highest level of private and public sector governance, the very base of our economy relies on the daily toiling of women, often for disproportionately low pay when compared to our male counterparts. For us to make a meaningful impact on the status of women, comprehensive and far-reaching changes need to take place within society as a whole to create conditions conducive for women to thrive and participate meaningfully in the value chains within the economy. In this regard, we reiterate our clarion call that women should be afforded full realization of economic rights and independence, including access to employment, appropriate working conditions, and control over economic resources, equal access to resources, employment, and market and trade, business services, training and access to markets, information and technology, particularly to low-income women, access to strengthened economic capacity and commercial networks, the elimination of occupational segregation and all forms of employment discrimination, the promotion of harmonization of work and family responsibilities for women and men. And of course, with the Africa Continental Free Trade, women must poise themselves to participate in that Africa Continental Free Trade. And agriculture, and I'm glad the Minister of Agriculture spoke before me, is very critical, especially in the rural areas. I think more still needs to be done. A lot has been done, I must say, but a lot more still needs to be done so that women in the rural areas can have access to food and food security, but also can also sell their produce to the market. We are also championing economic development through the Women's Economic Assembly, which was launched by the President, by implementing accelerated initiatives that address women's unequal economic and social position through access to government and private sector procurement, employment, housing, access to land, financial resources, and other income-generating activities. The Women's Economic Assembly is now being rolled out to the provinces. The first one was in KZN, and the rest is going to be rolled out to other provinces. Further, we've adopted an all-of-government and an all-of-society approach to livelihood restoration, wealth creation, in efforts to improve the livelihoods of women, youth, and persons with disability. Honorable Chairperson, we are implementing various programs in this regard, which include, but not limited to, the following. We are partnering with public and private sector to train and capacitate small and emerging smallholder farmers, particularly women, in some of the poorest districts. And this involves crop and livestock farming. The primary objective of these projects is to reduce the impact of poverty, hunger, unemployment,
You seem to have frozen there, Minister. Let's see what happens. Please proceed.
Can you still hear me?
We can see you, we can hear you now. Please proceed.
Okay. Honorable Chair, linked to integrated farming initiatives, we have signed agreements with public and private and non-profit entities to train and capacitate women, youth, and persons with disabilities on baking skills. In addition to creating much-needed jobs, this initiative will support local economies and empower communities to be resilient and self-sustaining. These efforts contribute to the overall development of women, particularly those in rural areas, amongst others. Before I conclude, I just want to quote another fine son of the African soil, Thomas Sankara, when he said, and I quote, "Comrades, the future demands that women be liberated, and the future everywhere brings revolutions. If we lose the fight to liberate women, we will have lost all right to hope for a positive and superior transformation of our society. Our revolution will then no longer have any meaning. It is to wage this noble struggle that all of us, men and women, are summoned," close quote. So the ANC government understands this very well, and that's why we are determined to ensure that women are liberated. That's why we are ensuring that we fight gender-based violence. We ensure that women have opportunities in the economy. And in fact, in the bill that Treasury is piloting on procurement, we have ensured that there will be preferential procurement for women, youth, and persons with disability. Malibongwe, ngiyabonga, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Minister. We will now proceed to Honorable Mudise.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister Tokodi Disa, Honorable Minister Dlamini Zuma, all Deputy Ministers that are in platform, all MEC that are with us, Honorable Members. Honorable Chairperson, close to 50% of agricultural labor force is women. In developing country and sector is facing challenge through women lacking resources. an opportunity to gain competitive edge and sustain their farms. There is a gender gap in agricultural which should be reduced for the purpose of increasing agriculture productivities, reducing poverty and hunger while encouragement of growth. In South Africa, employment and income generation are leading to factors to determine where people are in terms of the poverty line. Standard of living and inequality are closely related with gender, race, and class. Most Black women in South Africa live in rural areas, facing extreme poverty with a lack of opportunity for employment, lack of socio-economic development, lack of infrastructure, and limited access to education and training. Honorable Chairperson, with almost of half of the world's agriculture workers being women, it is surprising that in sub-Sahara, African women who are landholders are only 15% to 20%, while when it comes to smallholder farmers. In 2022, Honorable President Matamela Cyril made a commitment that African National Congress-led government will expand the extensive agricultural sector, including intensive participation of women, and provide land, training program, financial support and logistics in transport, cold storage, packaging, and access to technology. In his state address, Honorable President, rural women struggle to attain access to land, which could be used as a factor of production to allow them to have economic and productive resource, but also need land for source of status and recognition. Rural women facing various true institutional elements and cultural towards their socio-recognition. There is a low rate of involvement in technology research and development to access rural women in agriculture to achieve economic of scale. Major challenge for rural women not have access to new technology is funding, lack of education and training. The government continue to review, amend, abolish laws and policies that show evidence of discrimination behavior against rural women related to land and rural and natural resource ownership and matters inheritance with poverty and legal capacity. The ANC-led government has adopted rural infrastructure development strategy to focus on supporting rural communities to access socio-economic development services equally and making sure that rural women are also beneficiaries. What is being done is to make sure that there is a provision of rural infrastructure through working with the relevant stakeholders. We have been seeing success through the constraint of agri-parks, farmers, production support units, and agri-hubs, which are in line with the agricultural agro-processing master plan. The representation of rural women in these structures has also a priority by a government We have seen success in FPSU, providing rural women and all members of the community with package house, with fridges, peeling machines for feed. All services such as access to extension of advisory services, training, and information dissemination. Government is committed to provide education for the empowerment of rural women, to enable them to gain economy and political development in society. Rural women must participate in the development and implementation of microeconomic policies, to have all full say on poverty alleviation strategy and be part of the National Development Plan. Government should play a leading role in the growth rural women in agriculture through making machineries for women to be moved from low productive jobs to high productive jobs. There must be access to decent and productive rural employment and non-agricultural income generation activities to transform rural women who works to the owners. The financial sector must also be involved, as most rural women in agriculture do not grow because of access to credit. Government should encourage stakeholders in the communities to consult with legal practitioners on the matters of agricultural barriers, such as customary laws. We need to not only have an inward focused approach as the country, but also seek to build a strong ties with other organizations like the Food and Agricultural Organization, the International Fund for Agricultural Development, and the World Food Programme under initiative accelerating progress towards the economic empowerment of rural women. This initiative seeks to empower rural women to have success to land equal opportunity to be part and leadership in other, to be able to encourage government to develop and implement law and policies that will speak to the promotion of rural women in agriculture. Rural women in agriculture should benefit from the trade finance and should be able to market their goods and contribute to inclusive growth of their communities and the country at large. The agricultural value chain is a significant component to job creation of the country through the land reforms to support smaller holder scheme. Rural women should participate and in leadership position to make sure that there is a comprehensive support with regard to upgrading employment in commercial agriculture for women infrastructure. Rural women own less land than men, and the land they have access to be usually of poor quality, and women own few animals. Selling for mo bofelelong borre ba felletsa ba di utswela basadi ke tlhoba boroko mo go bomme ba leng gore ke barui ba leruo. Honorable Chairperson, rural women do not have credit and often are not in control of less credit they receive sometimes, and lack of access to extension services, with binding their ability to have resources such as credit and fertilizers. They then prevent rural women from adopting the new technology required for agricultural process, which
As you
means
conclude, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. As I conclude, access to education and training for rural women is still a challenge in South Africa, and with women capital being an important factor to determine the opportunity which exists in individuals in society, are likely with the productive capacity of household and their economy and social standards. With the household, with evidence of human capital, there is imperial evidence of agricultural productivity. These affect women in agriculture. Most of men are more educated than women in the sector. More rural women are unskilled as compared to the skilled men in agriculture, which is also affect the productivity level in our area, which makes it is important for government to invest in training and development of rural women in our community.
Time is up,
Honorable Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Nana.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, honorable members. Today, we're gathered here as this council is tasked with a debate on a very important subject in the young life of the democratic dispensation. Le ngxoxo-mpikiswano ibaluleke ngakumbi kuba siluluntu sinenkolo yokuba xa uphuhlise umfazi uphuhlise isizwe. To develop a woman, we have developed the nation. Back then, it was not encouraged to educate a girl child because she was not expected to go in search of work. Girls were prepared for when they come of age in order to marry and start their own families. This regrettable practice inevitably made a female gender inferior to its male counterpart. With the discovery of gold in South Africa, men in search of work went to work in the mines, further burdening the already disadvantaged women, often left to look after the homestead, which included providing food for the family. In the event a woman did not give birth to a boy child, or her son or her sons were still too young to work, she would have many household responsibilities to perform. A day in the life of a woman would start at first light by milking cows or goats so as to serve her mother-in-law coffee and fresh milk, cook breakfast, get children ready for the day. Mid-morning, she and other women will go to the plowing fields, either to plow or to de-weed or to harvest crops. Come back in the afternoon to grind mealies, ukunusha, and prepare dinner. I must hasten to mention many women in some rural areas of our country to this day are subjected to this kind of hard work, reminiscent of a day in a life of a slave. So from time immemorial, women have been involved in agriculture and are still capable. In 2022, during the NCOP Provincial Week, the Eastern Cape delegation went to Port St. John's, a vastly underdeveloped area, but produces produces some of the finest cannabis in South Africa. The local Growers Association is led by a young, eloquent, and vibrant lady who gave us a short and informative lecture about this plant. Like most politicians, I went into this meeting thinking I knew all. When we left the meeting, I realized how little I actually knew about cannabis, which is affectionately known as the gold of Pondoland. These women have been cultivating cannabis for decades. They're not asking for massive capital injection, Minister. They were asking for simple things that government could provide. For an example, the speedy issuing of permits, access to markets, support from the Department of Agriculture through extension officers, who, by the way, those extension officers, by their own admission, were not trained to deal with this new booming industry. Honorable members, South Africans are having it tough out there. Parents are struggling to feed their families. Food prices are spiraling out of control. In a space of a month this year, 2 single mothers in Egcuwa and Lusikisiki, both in the Eastern Cape, killed their children and took their own lives afterwards because they could not afford to feed them anymore. This is by no means a veiled attempt to politicize poverty, but an unfortunate reality many South Africans are faced with on a daily basis. Speaking recently at a protest march in Butterworth in the Eastern Cape, DA's shadow MEC for Social Development, Honorable Obas Botha, said, and I quote, "The DA believes that one local measure for people to secure and sustain food security is to establish and maintain more productive food gardens, not by neglecting them," close quote. Honorable members, it is embarrassing to tell this House that in the Eastern Cape for the 2023-2024 financial year, the ANC government has only funded 26 food gardens for the entire province at the cost of 1 million. Between 2019-2020 to 2023-2024 financial years, only a mere 105 food gardens were established in the province. 29 of those have failed, whilst others are at the intensive care unit barely surviving. The Eastern Cape, I suppose, like many other provinces governed by the ANC, is talking big, whilst they are unable to deliver and sustain food gardens to the poor and the marginalized. Of course, the Western Cape government is a cut above the rest. It's in the league of its own. Later on in this debate, Honorable Wendy Kaiser-Philander will elaborate on the real and tangible successes of the DA government that gets things done. Only the Democratic Alliance can rescue South Africa. When we win 2024 elections, South Africans will taste true freedom. Tisachai, Ngos.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to Honorable Peters, MEC of Rural Development and Agrarian Reform in the Eastern Cape.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP and the Deputy Chairperson, the Honorable Ministers that are part of the platform, and the Honorable Members and delegates from provinces, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Honorable Chairperson, this week the United Nations Women mark three United Nations observances that reflect women's key role in development. Here on the 15th of October, it was the International Day of Rural Women. 16th is the World Food Day, and 17th, it is the International Day for Eradication of Poverty. The International Day of Rural Women directs attention to both the contribution that women make in rural areas and many challenges that they face. This International Day, established by the General Assembly in its Resolution 62 that was taken on the 18th of December 2007, recognizes that the critical role and contribution of rural women, including indigenous women, enhancing agricultural and rural development, improving food security and eradicating rural poverty. In 2007, at the 10th session of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, member states of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean expressed in the Quito Consensus their decision to promote the adoption of an International Day of Rural Women as an explicit recognition of rural women's economic contribution and the development of their communities, in particular with regard to the unpaid work they perform. In his message on the International Day for Rural Women, the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres called on countries to take action to ensure that rural women and girls fully enjoy their human rights. Those include the right to land and security of land tenure, to adequate food and nutrition, to a life free of all forms of violence, discrimination, and harmful practices, to the highest attainable standard of health, including sexual and reproductive health, and to quality, affordable, and accessible education throughout their lives. And this is in line with our government policies. Honorable Chairperson, rural women are key agents for development. They play a catalytic role towards achievement of transformational economic, environmental, and social changes required for sustainable development, but limited access to resources, healthcare, and education are among the many challenges they face. The provincial government is working closely with private sector in order to maximize investment opportunities. On Friday, the 29th of September this year, Premier Mabuyana hosted an investment conference where 127 billion of investment was committed by 18 businesses, so that will be able to create jobs for the people of the Eastern Cape. And also, Chairperson, it is pleasing to know that the Eastern Cape economy grew by 0.5% and our sector contributed 4%. As a province, the addition of 144,000 jobs in our economy is a positive trajectory we want to maintain, because there are still far too many citizens of our province who remain unemployed. Every day, our minds are occupied by unlocking more opportunities for economic growth so that a woman and other designated groups who need a job can get one. As Eastern Cape Province, we appreciate Minister Didiza's unwavering support and interventions when we asked for them. On farmer support and development programs, what we are doing is the province, we have established a blended finance facility with ECDC with a total funding of 50 million, which prioritizes women and designated groups. We are also able to set up 2 demonstration facilities for hemp and cannabis production, and rural market centers which are meant for small-scale farmers continue to be opened in rural areas so that we can support women out there. And farmer and farm worker training is being undertaken to improve their livelihood. And a total of 88,044 households were supported during these years with food production pack and provided with technical support to produce their own food. It is not correct that there are only 20, as the department, only without the Department of Social Development, every year we're supporting 20,000 households. The department has supported 29 villages in Amatole, Krisani, Jokabi, Alfrenzo, and OR Tambo with spring water in areas where there was no access to water. The water is used for consumption of food production. This program has created 1,265 temporary jobs. A total of 41,610 women and 8,352 young people were supported in various agricultural and rural development programs and projects across the province, and the majority is from the rural areas. Honorable Chair, we continue to prioritize women emancipation in the agricultural sector through the allocation of 40% of service delivery budget for women and other designated groups. For an example, in our cropping program for this financial year, a total of 4,559 female farmers will be supported, and 1,251 women will be beneficiaries of the agricultural infrastructure, like an example, the stock water systems, fencing, equipment, sharing sheds, and others. Government has trained more than 6,000 women entrepreneurs to take part in public procurement opportunities. The success of this program has convinced us of the need to train many more entrepreneurs in their thousands. Lastly, the Eastern Cape province is already benefiting from BRICS initiative. We attracted a total of $1.12 billion and created approximately 2,184 jobs opportunities in the province between January 2003 and 2023. And the province foreign direct investment from India has especially brought a positive impact in Tsitsikamma and Bedford, creating 69 jobs and $347.6 million in capital investment. As the province, we have a footprint in Russia through edible fruit and nuts, electrical machinery, equipment, and parts. In all the above opportunities for rural women were created. A lot of work is done through the National Department. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, the road we have traveled to reach where we are has been too long. However, we can't rest until the challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality are addressed. As a South African anti-apartheid and human rights activist, Umama Aida Mtwana wrote, open quotes, we know that as women we have many problems which hold us back from taking part fully in the struggle. And it is precisely for that purpose that we have come to break down these problems. Let us come out as a united force. Let us take our place in the struggle for freedom, close quote. All women, especially rural women, should take part fully in the struggle for economic freedom. Come out as a united force and utilize the economic development opportunities available that we are availing to all women in the province, more especially the majority that is in the rural part of the province. And even in 2024, Honorable Chairperson, the people of the Eastern Cape will give ANC a mandate to go and change their lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Peters. We'll then move on to Honorable BB. Honorable BB.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo wendlu. Ngibingelele ko-minister abakhona kanye no-deputy babo. Especially special delegates from KZN. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. My chairperson, with the first International Day of Rural Women, with the first International Day of Rural Women, which was observed on the 15th of October 2008. The Day of Rural Women was established by the General Assembly in its resolution of 62/136 of 18 December 2007. Chairperson, the aim was to recognize and sustain the critical role played by rural women and indigenous women in championing agricultural and rural development within the aims of improving food security and eradicating poverty. Approximately more than 16 million people reside in rural areas in South Africa, and 50% of this statistic are women, where the majority of them live under the poverty line and also remain unemployed. Chairperson, and also they face challenges, limited access to healthcare, gender-based violence, to mention a few. Rural women in South Africa, with the pivotal role in building the community, still faces economic, political, and social stability due to the race, class, and access to resources and opportunities. Chairperson, the South African government policy and legislation has always showed commitment to gender equality. The African National Congress in 1992-led policy document stated that women should have equal access to land as men, and women should participate in policy formulation and decision-making. Also, if you look into the Reconstitution and Development Program of 1994, also recognized that women did not have land rights, and the rate men had them, and there was a gender gap in access to land. This shows the commitment to invest in agriculture for the purpose of women to also fully participate. There was a 1996 Green Paper on South African land reform. Chairperson, this outlined the mandate to end discrimination and improve gender equity in land ownership in our country. The white paper came in 1997 on the South African land policy to mandate the government to put greater emphasis on the matter of gender equity and how should provide access to land for women and also promote effective participation of women and fully allow them in governance and decision making. Chairperson, there has been a number of international commitments which have been made to assist in the process of empowering rural women as to eradicate gender inequality in rural areas, which is evident through Article 14 of the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women in 1979. Chairperson, there should be a clear, defined policies by government in recognizing the need to empower rural women in our country to gain access to resources so that they can be competitive in their sector. More than 50% of rural households in South Africa are headed by women who also the poorest. The rural women contribute to a large share of the agricultural workforce and produce food that is consumed by locally. Like for instance, Chairperson, laphaya KZN, umhlonishwa uSupha Zuma, ukwazile ukuthi aqokelele amakhosikazi asemakhaya asempendle, batshala amazambane, abawakhiqize baze kulokhuze bathole ngisho imakethe ukuthi beyowadayisa. Kungekona kuphela, yonke indawo moya ngakoshowe uthola lapha ama-cooperatives akhiqiza ukudla onjengamaklabishi, wena anyanisi, nako konke ukudla okukhona okufunekayo. Kepha imarket yabo kumnandi ngoba uSpar noPick n Pay bayathenga kubona. Kuhle kakhulu uma ukuthi kunalezo zinto ezenzekayo kumakhosikazi asemakhaya. Rural women and drives of food security and household welfare in their communities, but are faced with lack of skills, which affects their progress in the agricultural sector. We have seen, especially with women, that there are still challenges and inequalities towards women, political, social, and economically, with the majority being Black women characterized by poverty, limited access to education, and limited resources. Chairperson, Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan directs the agricultural sector to be export-orientated, and in the year 2022, agriculture export in the South Africa increased by 4% from 2021 with the value of $12.8 billion. This success shows that there is productivity in agricultural sector, but as government, we need to make sure that there are always quantitative results to show how rural women have benefited and how they are participating. Chairperson, agricultural sector in South Africa is expanding, and the plan is to maintain export diversification to build economic resilience when it comes to supply stock in the future. The South African government through the Department of Agriculture, Land and Reform and Rural Development, has implemented the Presidential Employment Stimulus, which seeks to support subsistence producers with production inputs that they need to help with productivities. Chairperson, productions input provided are poultry, grains, fruit, vegetables, small and large stock will be distributed, and women will be distributed, will be targeted in these initiatives. DALT has been provided with vouchers from 1,300 to 14,820 per subsistence products were submitted, and there has been an increase of 151 and 26,000 vouchers, which is attributed females with 68%. The department for the year 2022 to 2023 was allocated presidential employment stimulus funding amounting to 231 million to continue with the great initiative to support subsistence producers. We need the women empowerment, rural women empowerment in agriculture to be able to see if the success in the agricultural sector speak to the growth of rural women in agriculture. Chairperson, we need to analyze quantitative research which will show us where we are from year to year to see that we are achieving empowerment of women at the same rate as the empowerment of men in South Africa. Chairperson, we will have to use the gender parity index to see if the gender gap has been reduced when it comes to rural women in agriculture and men. Despite women labor being critical to rural agricultural production system in the society, their distributions are often overloaded. Programs that aim to improve livelihood and food security often fail to recognize the contribution and needs of the rural women. Chairperson, moreover, poor rural women are considerably more disadvantaged than their male counterparts because of a explicit gender bias in land allocation, access to credit, access to rural organizations, marketing channels, and agricultural services in general. Chairperson, the process of land claim in South Africa must make sure that there is a clear investigation and research on any complaints and evidence that Black rural women do not get approved as compared to men and women in the urban areas in order to support them in the next agricultural goals. The government today, Chairperson, should provide a clear indication on how specific procedures have been developed to make sure that women are given a category on how they will receive the land. Chairperson, this allows rural women not to be discriminated based on gender and cultural barriers, which hinder on them to be landowners or have the full control of the land and their disposal. Chairperson, under the apartheid government of South Africa, the patriotic system in which land rights were denied to African women was perpetuated, and disadvantaged groups, especially women, suffered a great deal regarding that aspect. The effort is that the restitution program is restoring land rights to men and not focusing on Black rural women. Power relations in society further curtails women's ability to benefit from the restitution of the programs. Chairperson, rural women are less likely to be represented on community-based organizations, representing claimants groups and male claimants. And male claimants tend to outnumber female claimants. Rural women in agriculture contributes both to cash and subsistence growth, with the women engaging in different vast agricultural activities like planting, weeding, caring for animal harvesting in the land, and also land preparation. Esihlalo ngingasho nje ngisike koJikayo ukuthi amakhosikazi asemakhaya ayadinga ngempela ukuthi uhulumeni awabonelela awaxhase ngoba yiwobona inzala abantu eyenza ukuthi emakhaya kukwazi ukuthi kulaliwe kudliwe. Kodwa ke ngiyaziqhenya ke ngeprovince yami KZN ngoba yonke department ilihlabile lelo khwelo ukuthi bafocuse kakhulu komama basemakhaya ngoba yilapho abakhuthele khona. Kangokuba bakwazile ukuthi babahlanganise babe umbimbi, babe imfela ndawonye, bacele emakhosini indawo, bacele ezibhedlele indawo ezikhona, bacela futhi nasey'koleni indawo ezikhona ukuze kwazi ukuthi phela kutshaleke sikwazi ukuthi kutholakale isivuno. Umama wasemakhaya uyakwazi ukuthi ondle isizwe sonke esihlalo ngaphambili. Ngiyabonga sihlalo ngaphambili ngokunginikeza ithuba.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Member. We'll now move on to Honorable Ntafeni as the Chief Whip takes over. Chair. Honorable Ntafeni.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, today we commemorate International Rural Women's Day, a day which recognizes the critical role and contribution of rural women in enhancing agricultural and rural development, improving food security, and eradicating rural poverty. This day also provides us an opportunity to reflect and identify the ways in which we can do more to empower women and girls living in rural areas, particularly when one considers that rural areas are the backbone of African economies. Women in rural communities make up a large share of the agricultural workforce and perform the bulk of unpaid and domestic work within families and households, eradicating rural poverty and improving the well-being of their families. They participate in crop production and the caring of livestock, provide food, water, and fuel for their families. They also carry out most of the unpaid care work, which includes the caring of children, older person, and sick. Yet, Chairperson, women across all rural areas in the country face numerous challenges, most of which are directly linked to gender inequality and structural barriers such as unequal access to power and resources, which disadvantages and discriminates against women and girls living in rural areas across all provinces. This in the face of many initiatives introduced to address the plight of women. This mainly due as a result of the poor implementation of policies to empower women, inadequate budget allocation, and lack of support received from the ANC government. Chairperson, rural women's realities in this country are still largely determined by race, class, and gender-based access to resources and opportunities. with Black women facing an even greater lack of access to resources, living in poverty and conditions which threaten their well-being. Women in rural areas remain most vulnerable to violence in their communities and homes. They have unequal access to family resources, such as land and livestock. They are not only poor in society as a whole, but also within their own families, where they are burdened with multiple roles. When women in rural areas do happen to find employment, they are mostly only employed as casual or temporary laborers during time of harvest or other labor-intensive farm work. And even though they are directly involved in the production of food as farm workers, they sometimes go for days without eating. In cases where women work as seasonal workers on farms, they are often not granted the rights of permanent workers and are without pension funds, medical and benefits of basic maternity benefit. Women farm workers often receive lower pay in comparison with their male counterparts. They are often employed as permanent seasonal workers who receive no bonuses or any benefits, unlike their male counterparts who do the same work as them. And they are often regarded as an extension of their male counterpart and not as valuable categories of workers by themselves. They are often only on the farms because their farmer employs their male counterpart. In part of the Eastern Cape province, in areas such as Cholomna, Ndabakazi, Tsomo, and Aidutjwa, and also the Matatiela, rural poverty is still a challenge, and the high rise in poverty produces other human rights violation. In the Western Cape, rural women fare much worse. They face forceful eviction by farm owners from their land and are enslaved by their employee, who often pay them with wine instead of money, thereby creating alcohol dependence, which threaten any prospect of a better future for them and their families. These historical problems, because in our history, the relationship between farm owners and farm workers has always been one mediated by violence, from the violence of forceful dispossession of the land to the slave-like working conditions of farms, from the complete disregards of the human rights of the young and the old to the forceful and illegal eviction of people who have stayed on these farms for a generation. Chairperson, since its inception, the Economic Freedom Fighters has embarked on numerous programs and activities aimed at empowering and defending the rights of rural women, and in particular women workers, as they are the most exploited section of our society. The EFF has, over the past 10 years, worked tirelessly to engage farm workers with purpose of finding lasting solution to their suffering and problems. We know of the pain that farm workers face being mistreated and abused by their employers, and we call for an end to the abuse and mistreatment. In my conclusion, Chairperson, we therefore call on all rural women living and working on farms to vote for the EFF in the upcoming 2024 elections, so that they may equally benefit from their productives. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tafeni, for your contribution to the debate. As it was indicated, honorable members, I will relieve the chair for a while. And the next speaker on our program is Honorable Christians from the Democratic Alliance. May you please participate in the debate, Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, the challenges faced by rural women in South Africa are deeply entrenched and also heart-wrenching. These women, who form a substantial part of the agricultural workforce, find themselves trapped in an unfair reality. They face a disproportionate lack of land ownership, limited financial access, and also the grim struggle to access markets for their produce. Additionally, gender-based violence remains pervasive, curtailing their access to essential resources and opportunities, leaving them to grapple with an uphill battle. High illiteracy rates are a grave concern, particularly in the realm of information and communication technology. Access to formal employment remains scarce, and the cultural barriers to land ownership persist, particularly for widows. Restrictive socio-cultural norms perpetuate inequality, discouraging women from engaging in development initiatives and job creation. Inadequate access to justice and protection exacerbates the challenge, especially when statutory and customary laws collide. Violence and harmful practices continue to plague rural women's lives. This is intensified by poverty, limited healthcare, and the absence of public transportation. These circumstances make it excruciatingly challenging for women to escape abusive situations. Chairperson, land access remains an ongoing issue, as customary law often restrict women's land rights, and legal reforms often fail to manifest meaningfully to change at the local level. Furthermore, technology accessibility is still a hurdle for rural women, with barriers including affordability, illiteracy, limited capabilities, and the discriminatory social norms all serve to deepen the chasm of gender inequality. But, Chairperson, here's the call to action. We must confront these challenges with bold and practical solutions. We need comprehensive land reform policies, and these should be prioritized with the promotion of women's land rights as well as ownership. It is not just about ensuring equality. It is about granting rural women the tools and opportunities to break free from the chain of inequality. Furthermore, knowledge is a formidable force, and the development of gender-responsive agricultural extension services is also essential. These services should equip rural women with the knowledge and skills they need to enhance productivity, thus not only improving their lives, but also boosting our agricultural sector and national economy. Access to finance is critical, including microcredit programs tailored specifically to the unique needs of women in rural areas. This isn't just about providing credit. It's about breaking down the financial barriers that hinder rural women from investing in their agricultural ventures. The benefits of empowering rural women are profound and far-reaching. Increased agricultural productivity is not just about feeding our nation, but it is also about improving food security as well as stimulating economic growth. When rural women gain access to resources and income opportunities, they become active contributors to poverty reduction in their families as well as in our communities. By promoting women's participation in agriculture, we contribute to greater gender equality and drive forward the development of our society. We cannot remain passive of these challenges. The Democratic Alliance is passionately committed to creating an enabling environment that empowers and celebrates the untapped potential of rural women in the agricultural sector. We don't just talk, we act. Together, let's take decisive action to ensure that rural women in South Africa have the same opportunities and rights as every other citizen. This isn't just a matter of equality, Chairperson. It is about harnessing the immense potential and strength that is within our rural women, and to enable them to drive our nation toward greater economic prosperity and gender equality. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Christians, for your contribution in this very important debate. And I'll move ahead to invite Honorable Muchadi, who's the head of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development, which includes quality of life, status of women, youth, and disability from the province of Limpopo. Honorable Muchadi.
Honorable Chief Whip of the NCOP, the Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, MECs, and provincial delegates, in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, I want to take this opportunity to appreciate, to come and participate and debate in this day of International Rural Women's Day. Honorable Chief Whip, today as we address the critical issues that demands our attention, female-headed households
Honorable Muchadi, I think we do have a challenge in many areas. You are not audible. I do not know whether the table team can advise. Yes, but now we can hear you. But there is frequent interruptions on your speech. So please try again. Maybe the location is better now.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. It's because there's cloudy and it's raining in Limpopo where I am. That is why we're disturbed a little bit. Let me continue, Deputy Chief Whip. Honorable Chief Whip. I say it is a pleasure to participate in this debate on expanding agricultural and rural development opportunities for rural women in South Africa. The recently released national census data underscore the stark reality that women continue to make up a significant portion of our provincial and national population. However, despite their numerical strength, many of these women and their families are trapped in the cycle of poverty, facing extraordinary challenges. According to the data from the LCS 2014-15, a strategic 40% South Africans are living below the upper bound poverty line. Honorable Chief Whip, this is a sobering statistic, and it is deeply concerning that the burden of poverty is disproportionately borne by female-headed households. The poverty gap and the severity of the poverty measures are larger for these households compared to those headed by males. The figures paint a stark picture. The proportion of female living below the UBPL is almost 17%, points higher than that of households headed by males, 49.9% versus 33.0%. Honorable Chief Whip, in traditional areas, over 7 out of every 10 households headed by females are living under the bound poverty line. Honorable Chief Whip, I think this can be eradicated or it can be improved only and only if rural women living in the area of chiefs can be given enough land to produce more food, to produce for their communities, and when they are compared to almost 6 out of every 10 households headed by males, this is a crisis that is taking place in the rural areas that affects the heart of our rural communities. Honorable Chief Whip, these statistics are not just numbers on page. They represent the lives of real people, often living in the most challenging circumstances. Women who head households are shouldering an unequal burden. They are the backbone of their families and communities, yet they face barriers that limit their potential. The Millennium Development Goals are our roadmap for the future. If we want to achieve the Millennium Development Goals, we need to give greater attention and invest more resources into improving the status of rural women in particular. Honorable Chief Whip, it is our collective responsibility, NCOP, to address this issue head on. We cannot afford to leave rural women behind. We need to lift them up as we go up, as the years proceed. We must stand up for their rights and work towards tangible solutions that will improve their lives and, by extension, the well-being of their communities. To tackle this crisis, we must consider comprehensive strategies. Number one, in those strategies, we must look at economic empowerment. We must create opportunities for rural women to gain education and skills, especially in this era of fourth industrial revolution, where most of them, they didn't even go to school, but they need to be taken through. They learn so quickly. Why? Because they are committed. They need to access to healthcare. They need to engage in incoming generation activities, particularly in agriculture and agribusiness. They need to be supported fully. Many of them, their land is next to the rivers, but they are not accessing the water. So it needs us to see to it that rural women also, they are given water rights so that they can be able to maximize the irrigation into their areas. Number two is poverty rights. Women, land and property rights must be protected and promoted in provinces like Limpopo. The land is still under tribal authorities, as I alluded to. And this can disadvantage and discourage women as they continue in agriculture. Secure land tenure can be a pathway out of poverty for many. Number three, social safety nets. We need to expand and enhance social safety nets that target female-headed households in the rural areas of our provinces. No one should go to bed hungry or without access to basic services. Number three is education and health. Quality education and healthcare services, including family planning, must be accessible to rural women and their families. Community engagement is number four, for local initiatives that empower women and promote gender equality should be encouraged and supported. Women's voices must be heard in the decision-making processes of their communities. I am happy because the Honorable Minister has alluded to us that women are going to be considered when when the finances are given. They will be included in the bidding as it takes place. Then it shows that the way we are committed as ANC-led government, we consider the very same rural women because they're in majority. They are the ones who are always there at the voting station. We should advocate for legal reforms that protect the rights of women and combat gender-based violence, which is it's equal to COVID. Enforcement of these laws is equally vital. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not enough to merely acknowledge the data. We must act. The National Council of Provinces, in collaboration with other government bodies, NGOs, and civil society organizations, has a pivotal role to play in turning the tide for rural women. Honorable Chief Whip, as I conclude, let us remember that when we uplift a woman, we uplift a family, we uplift a community, we uplift a province, and we uplift a country. Our commitment to addressing the challenges faced by the female-headed rural households is a commitment to the future of our nation, a future where equality and prosperity are not just ideals, but lived realities. Let us work together tirelessly to ensure that rural women no longer bear the disproportion. Together, we can build a South Africa where every woman, regardless of her circumstance, nationality, has the opportunity to thrive and contribute to the well-being of our great nation. Kia leboga, Akenza, Ndodibuwa, Nyabonga, thank you, Baya Tanki, Enkosi.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank
hallelujah.
You. Thank you very much, Honorable Muchadi, Kenza, and thank you for your contribution to this debate once again. I have to indicate, or rather ask for your indulgence, honorable members. I will have to go back to the floor of the speakers list. I'll going to ask Honorable Dwight and followed by Honorable Philanda, and then I will ask Honorable Shiba, because I did swap unintentionally as I was proceeding with the speakers list. Can I ask Honorable Dwight to take the platform? Thank you.
Ag meneer voorsitter, word daar genoeg erkenning aan ons volkmoeders gegee?
Dan gaan ek gefedit.
Please mute honorable members. Let's allow. Can you please mute honorable members so that you do not disturb the speaker on the platform? Thanks, Honorable Detroit. You can proceed.
Ag voorsitter, genoeg erkenning aan ons volksmoeders gegee. Vroue en dogters wat die prys betaal in ons stryd vir vryheid en bestaan. Met die verskroeide debat wat in 16 Junie 19 deur Lord Rob geproklameer was, het Suid-Afrika letterlik opgegaan. Plaas, huise en wasse is verbrand. Vee is afgemaai en die vroue en kinders is na konsentrasiekampe gestuur om te kropeer. In die kampe was onvoldoende kos en mediese dienste. Teen 1901
are you there, Honorable Detroit?
Honorable Chair, this is really
Honorable Detroit, thank you very much. I can hear you now. I think maybe either it was a disturbance. Please start. Can proceed. My apology. My apology for that. Please, the table team, can you please fix these technical challenges that we experience? Thank you, Honorable Detroit. You can take the platform once again.
I will resume the chair. Word daar genoeg erkenning aan ons volkmoeders gegee? Vroue en dogters wat die swaarste prys moes betaal in ons stryd na Am I audible, Chair? I was kicked out.
I suggest that you start afresh, Honorable Detroit. This disruption has not been helpful to all of us, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Voorsitter, word daar genoeg erkenning aan ons volksmoeders gegee, die vroue en dogters wat die swaarste prys moes betaal in die stryd na vryheid en bestaan. Met die verskroeide aardebeleid wat op 16 Junie 1900 deur Lord Roberts geproklameer was, het Suid-Afrika letterlik in rook opgegaan. Plase, huise en gewasse is verbrand, vee is afgemaai.
Advocate Nonyane, can you please assist? There's a name of Nolundi appearing here. I do not know whether is the one that is muting the honorable member. We can't hear the honorable Dwight. So please, can the table team assist?
Do we want to wait for feedback there?
I believe now that the matter could be sorted, Honorable Dwight. My apology for this inconvenience to your debate. I think we can proceed.
Thank you for your indulgence, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Genoeg erkenning ons volksmoeders gegee, vroue en dogters wat die zwaarste prys moes betaal in ons tyd na vryheid en bestaan. Met die verskillende beleid 16 Junie 1900 deur Lord Roberts geproklameer was, het Suid-Afrika letterlik in rook opgegaan. Plase en huise en gewasse is verbrand, vee is afgemaai en vroue en kinders is na konsentrasiekampe gestuur om te peer. In die kampe was onvoldoende kos en mediese en teen 1900 sowat 25,000 kinders en 3,000 vroue in die kampe gesterf. Die kampe is gedurende die einde van 1902 en 03 gesluit, waarna die oorlewings letterlik hulself vir die route en hul toekoms, ons geskiedenis met die Afrika klip moes skets. Dit is women wat jy It seems as if this problem has not been resolved, Chair. Please advise me.
It looks so. Can I be advised by the table team if there is any challenge so that we can request that Honorable Dwight come back again, you resolve this problem? Or shall I proceed with the view that the problem has been attended to?
Honorable Chief Whip.
Yes, Shaida.
Maybe it would help if Honorable Dwight does not use his video. He seems to have connectivity problems, and I think it's exacerbated by the fact that he's using the video.
We'll take the suggestion that Honorable Dwight is not using the video, but it has happened from time to time whilst he was not using the video. Honorable Dwight, let's try not use the video, but you start where you're comfortable to proceed with the statement.
Honorable Chair, I suggest let's move.
No, yes, we're dealing with a problem here. If we are advised, let's follow that advice, Honorable Mtetwa. Honorable Dwight, can you take it from here, where we switch off the video, maybe to increase the audio capacity?
Yeah, I will do that, but that is not the problem. I'm being removed from the system. Upload speed is about 70 megabytes. It's very high.
There are names that appears on the screen here, and that's why I'm insisting. Shaida, please assist, because there are names that appears to be muting the honorable member. So please correct the system. Thank you.
Honorable Chief, please try again. I don't know who is admin at this stage, but it seems as if I'm being removed.
Let's try again then, Honorable Joy.
Voorsitter, word daar genoeg gedoen om erkenning aan ons volkmoeders gegee. Die vroue en kinders wat die swaarste prys moes betaal in ons stryd na vryheid en ons staan met die vloeide aarde beleid wat op 16 Junie 1900 deur Lord Roberts geproklameer was, letterlik in rook gegaan. Plase en huise en gewasse is verbrand, vee is afgemaai en die vroue en kinders is na konsentrasiekampe gestuur om te krepeer. In die was onvoldoende kos en mediese dienste en teen 1901 het so 25.000 kinders en 3.000 vroue in hierdie kampe gesterf. Hierdie kampe is gedurende die van 1902 en 03 gesluit, waarna die oorlewendes letterlik hulself uit roet moes optel en hul toekoms, ons geskiedenis met houtskool in die Afrika klip moes skets. That these women see themselves and see themselves as scorned widows, mothers to their children, or the face of poverty? Nee, voorsitter, ten spyte van die feit dat hierdie vroue letterlik al sy lewe verloor het, dat daar gepoog was om hul van hul menswaardigheid en geloof te stroop, het hul moedig die stofpad aangedurf, die voorbeeld gestel, geplan en gaan herbou dit wat verbrand was. Hierdie vroue verdien om volksmoeders genoem te word. Vroue wat met die bietjie wat hulle gehad het, beplan het, geplan het, onderhou het en letterlik die vrugte van die werk ontpluk. Voortrek vroue. Wat nie so sommige vandag aan die slagoffersindroom lei nie, hulle was letterlik boervroue in die sin van die woord. South African women, Afrikaner women, are renowned for having characteristics such as a sense of religion, bravery, a love of freedom, the spirit of sacrifice, self-reliance, integrity, virtue, and the setting of an example to others. Die Suid-Afrikaanse vroue speel steeds, soos altyd, 'n integrale rol in die landbou, voorsitter. En die huidige regering gebruik ongelukkig goedkoop politiekery en wetgewing om politieke punte te wen en neem eintlik in die proses van die eer wat die vroue toekom by hul weg. On the International Day of Rural Women, the UN Women is calling for action to support rural women and girls and grow their capabilities and capacities to respond to climate change through the agricultural production, food security, and the national resource management. One share, what effect sustainable, practical measures government has implemented over the past 29 years to empower women in the agricultural sector? The answer is none. The ANC in government has failed. Voorsitter, many women farmers like Annelies de Tooy, Janine Klassen, Anna van Sail, and Rudy are faced with the same challenges as women 120 years ago. Drought, rain, acts of God, yet they overcome and excel as women farmers. Unfortunately, farm attacks and farm murders is a reality in South Africa. These women farmers will not fall victim to the ever-present threats. So many of these women who lost their husbands and fathers in farm attacks also picked up the pieces and are contributing to food security in the country. In conclusion, Chair, boervroue in Suid-Afrika het stewig in die rooi grond vasgetrap. Julle krap steeds, soos die volksmoeders van ouds, die glasstukke van misleiding en propaganda uit die meel wat deur die regering aan die kinders julle handel steeds, soos die deegsame vrou in Spreuke 31 deur naaste grond dit te koop, dit te bewerk en 'n wil toon. Julle is steeds die matriarg wat geloof is die ergste droog te behou, altyd wat geestelike roete om te volg om by die put van lewenswater uit te kom. Ek gee vandag erkenning aan julle elkeen. Die vrye plig gee vandag erkenning aan julle elkeen. Boer, geloofsvrou, fondsvrou. Dankie, voorsitter.
Thank you very much, Honorable D. Dwight, for the debate. Thank you, and at least it was helpful towards the end we could hear. Thank you very much. Now, I will proceed according to our speakers list. We will have Honorable Kaiser Philander to take the platform from the province of the Western Cape. Thank you very much, Mayor Philander.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance in the Western Cape, I welcome today's debate on expanding agricultural and rural development opportunities for rural women in South Africa in celebration of International Rural Women's Day observed this past Sunday, the 15th of October 2023. International Rural Women's Day was established by the United Nations in December 2007 in acknowledgement of the critical role and contribution of rural women. in enhancing agricultural and rural development, improving food security, and eradicating rural poverty. Honorable Chairperson, we commemorate this day to underscore the significant contributions of women in the development and progress of rural communities and the economies. This day also highlights the need for progress in terms of equality, empowerment, and the conditions of women in these communities. To expand the agricultural and rural development opportunities of rural women, we must address the challenging conditions that they face. We know all too well that South African women are disproportionately affected by the socio-economic challenges within our society. Gender-based violence and unemployment remain among the most significant barriers women face, especially those from disadvantaged backgrounds. Honorable Chairperson, in rural South Africa, women are often the targets of domestic violence, sexual assault, trafficking and abduction. Inefficiencies within the South African police service, a lack of visible policing, and socio-economic challenges aggravate these conditions for rural women. Recent unemployment statistics from Stats SA also paint a bleak picture. In the second quarter of 2023, unemployment for women actively seeking employment had increased to 35.7%. In 2015, a report released by the then department in the presidency responsible for women found that in rural areas, women are considerably more vulnerable to poverty than those living in urban areas. This is because women living in rural areas face higher rates of unemployment due to them being spatially separated from economic hubs of opportunity. In fact, the report stated that rural women or urban females are worse off than their urban counterparts. Chairperson, rural women are also disproportionately affected by the harsh consequences of climate change, such as land degradation and growing water scarcity. This was found by a 2021 study by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. This is consistent with a report by the Daily Maverick in January this year, which found that rural women farmers in the South African development community are at the forefront of the climate crisis and are among the most affected by it, due to them living in one of the most climate vulnerable regions on Earth. These aforementioned challenges, combined with limited access to healthcare services, education, and land, are but a few of the issues faced by rural women in South Africa. The sad reality is that these challenges will likely be compounded in the face of national economic regression and service delivery failures due to state collapse. The challenges faced by rural women are indeed significant, yet there is room for optimism. Honorable Chairperson, the expansion of women's roles and opportunities in agriculture is possible if we remove the obstacles.
Chairperson? My apology, Honorable Philander. I once again appeal to honorable members. Please ensure that you do not participate in the debate. Mute your gadgets. Thank you. You can proceed, Honorable Philander. Sorry for that.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, the challenges faced by rural women are indeed significant, yet there is room for optimism. Honorable Chair, the expansion of women's roles and opportunities in agriculture is possible if we remove the obstacle faced by rural women. However, this will require political will and not merely lip service. In the DA-run Western Cape, the Provincial Department of Agriculture is at the forefront of creating opportunities for women in the sector. The Elsenburg Agricultural Training Institute continues to deliver world-class agricultural education and training. The institution is playing a pivotal role in cultivating opportunities for women in agriculture through skills development and training. In 2021-2022, 69 bursaries were awarded to female students at Elsenburg, and of the 197 students who graduated from the institution in February 2022, 66 were female. These women will go forward and play a crucial role in the agricultural value chain. The Western Cape Department of Agriculture will this year also support 3,000 food gardens across the province. The department also supported 700 new food gardens this year, with 66% of the participants involved being women. These food gardens are not only a valuable source to ensure food security, well-being, and dignity, but they also provide opportunities for skills development. The Western Cape Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning is also making significant strides in upskilling and providing access to opportunities for women, especially in the rural development sector. Through the expanded Public Works program, the department's entity, Cape Nature, is promoting opportunities for women in 60 communities, and that includes rural towns and areas surrounding the entity's protected zones. The program has benefited 60% of the participants who are women. The Western Cape Provincial Government also recognizes that the agricultural industry is one of the biggest economic and job creators and is going above and beyond to ensure the security of rural agri-producers and workers. In the 2019, the Western Cape Provincial Government launched its safety plan and has spent 1 billion rand on its implementation. Through the Law Enforcement Advancement Plan, in partnership with the City of Cape Town, the province has trained more than 1,200 officers and deployed them to the most troubled areas of Cape Town in order to make communities safer. But, Honourable Chairperson, the safety plan, however, also extends to rural areas through the K9 and rural safety units, which utilize data-led and innovative approaches to enhance community safety and root out criminality. The units provide additional boots on the ground in rural communities, historically shortchanged by the South African Police Service. Honourable Chairperson, through its interventions and initiatives, the DA-run Western Cape is creating an enabling socio-economic environment for rural women to access equitable opportunities to progress within the agricultural value. Honourable Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Philander, for your contribution to the debate. Thank you. And I'll proceed to invite Honorable MEC Shiba, the MEC of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environmental Affairs from the province of Mpumalanga. MEC, can you take the platform?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the session. Let me greet you and also to greet the Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Minister Mamtoko Didiza, and Minister Mamkosazana Dlamini, and also to greet honorable members of the Council, honorable MECs present here, Secretary and officials of the NCOP. Honorable Chairperson, thank you for an opportunity to participate in this debate as we try to reflect on a number of issues related to involvement of women in agriculture and the economy of the country and the world. Addressing the Independence Day celebration in 1968 in New Delhi, Miss Indira Gandhi, the first women Prime Minister of India at that time, said, I quote, "We have to ensure that the dry farmers received all possible assistance from us so that they can play a useful role in stepping up agricultural production. Our industrial progress is independent on agriculture. Improved agricultural production has had a beneficial effect on the industry. I have every hope that we will continue to make progress in this field." Close quote. These words, uttered half a century ago, are profoundly significant in many ways and are worth taking note of today. Significant in the sense that her government realized that they had to provide support to those farmers who had been affected by the natural drought and did not have the capacity to self-irrigate their crops. Significant also because her government observed that their industrial progress was dependent on the improved agricultural production. They are even more significant because they came from a woman prime minister many years ago, when the women's voice carried little weight and with no attention. Honorable Chairperson, the scenario above resonates perfectly with our situation currently in the country. The numbers tell us that our economy was kept afloat by the agriculture sector during the most difficult period recently, and has the potential to lift it to the acceptable and safer levels. In Mpumalanga, Honorable Chairperson, the gender-focused priorities as reflected in the Agriculture Departmental Strategic Plan includes deliberate programs such as Pesgom Konomlimi, Agri-Hubs for agro-processing, the Young Farmer Incubation Program, and the General Farmer Training and Capacity Development. All these programs are targeting a 50% women involvement and beneficiation throughout the value chain of the sector. Honorable Chairperson, young women in the province who were part of our support programs have taken the sector by storm and exceeded our expectations. They have since become our shining stars and ambassadors of our work in the country and the world. It is worth noting that we have women that are flying the South African flag high when it comes to agricultural economy. Lebu Dludlu of Nkanyezi Poultry in Chief Albert Luthuli local municipality is producing broilers, slaughter them, package and brand them. She currently secures a market in China to supply 1 million chicken per month and also package feed and wings. Lebu of Excellent with Lebu is farming with layers and selling eggs, supplying several market channels, including our own government nutrition programs, the GNP in short. Ms. Tembikola in Marapiane, Dr. J.S. Moroka Municipality, is leading Bahatla Cooperatives, which has 6 youth, of which 3 are young women. That was mentioned by Honorable Mam Togo Didiza. They are producing maize, sunflower, and vegetables. Their grains are processed by local miller called rusks, owned by young farmers too, who are producing maize meal for schools and hospitals, animal feeds for livestock, pigs, and poultry farmers. These young women are joining seasoned women in the province, such as Miss Maya in the Baliseng, Miss Mhlongo of Ajuri in the city of Mbombela, Miss Matelela in Steve Chwete, Miss Julia Shungube in Nkomazi, and many other shining stars across the province. Honorable Chairperson and members, through the proactive land acquisition strategy, PLUS in short, the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development acquired strategically located land and allocated it to needy farm beneficiaries. For this process, priority has been given to women with agricultural skills, willingness to acquire the skills, female-headed households, youth, unemployed agricultural graduates, and persons with disabilities. The allocation to women-led projects through PLUS is as follows. In Ehlanzeni district, number of farms allocated to women-led projects are 10. Number of hectares are 5,148 and 99. In Hartsibande district, number of farms allocated to women-led projects are 24. Number of hectares are 21,899 and 40. In Kangala district, number of farms allocated to women-led projects are 23. Number of hectares are 11,155 and 4. In total, Honorable Chairperson, the number of farms allocated to women-led projects in Mpumalanga are 57 through PLUS. Then the total number of hectares are 38,203 and 44. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson and members, I'm sure you will agree with me that the agricultural sector has been the only positive venture during the difficult economic period. The vigorous involvement of women in the sector can only bring about the necessary tonic for radical economic boost as envisaged in the National Development Plan. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC Shiba, for your participation in these very important debates. Thank you for your contributions. And then I will move further to invite Honorable Hadebe from the Inkatha Freedom Party to take the platform. Honorable Bungani.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chief Whip. It is no secret that women are amongst the most vulnerable groups in societies across the world. Unfortunately for South African women, there is no exception. Over the years, South African women have been forced to be resilient as they have to face dangerous and adverse situations on a daily basis. For example, in the first quarter of 2023-2024, the total number of matters relating to women increased by 4.7% to 895. However, today we will be speaking about an even more vulnerable group of women, those who reside on the outskirts of areas that are regarded as important. Those who receive even fewer than the already heavily limited number of opportunities given to women, and those who are forced to make do what the little they have, namely rural women in South Africa. International Day of Rural Women is meant to recognize the critical role and contribution of rural women in enhancing agricultural and rural development, improving food security, and eradicating rural poverty. However, rural women in our country have never been given the tools and resources needed to empower them in this way. The Rural Women's Assembly recently stated that this day is not one of celebration for rural South African women, as there are real and pressing issues faced by these women that have continued to be left unaddressed. Obstacles such as accessing food and water, gaining ownership of land, and various forms of gender biases continue to plague rural women. In our country, these women are faced with a sad and painful irony. Women farmers play a key role in preserving traditional knowledge and practices and in promoting sustainable agriculture, as they are the producers of our food, yet they also face immense food insecurity. In the lead up to this debate, we were provided with a fact sheet of opportunities for rural women in South Africa, in which there are a number of theoretical empowerment solutions without any substance of how to action it. Unfortunately, this is the very reason why rural women face the same obstacles day in and day out. How are we going to ensure that the rural women are granted the opportunity to own land or play a greater role in the decision-making processes relating to their communities? We propose that greater attention and resources be given to civil society structures aimed at empowering rural women, as these are the grassroots organizations that are in touch with the empirical needs of rural women. Before we can expand and develop agricultural opportunities for rural women, we must first see to it that their physical and material needs are met. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bungani. I hope always that speakers can follow your example. Always debate within your speaking time. Very meticulous. Thank you very much. Honorable Ryder. Honorable Ryder from the Democratic Alliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Whip. The role of government is to pool the resources of the people and to use those resources to do the things that individuals do not have individual capacity to do. Things like bulk water supply, sewage treatment, and providing essential services to those who cannot afford to pay for those services. Working people can afford to pay for some, if not all of their needs. Their reliance is not substantial on government. Wealthy folks get by without government doing anything at all for them, other than collecting tax from them and being an occasional irritation. But the marginalized in our society are heavily reliant on government for their basic needs. It is the marginalized who feel it most when a good government works well to improve their quality of life. Similarly, it is the marginalized who are most impacted when a government fails to deliver. And when I say most impacted, I mean that they suffer the most. Noting the structure of our society where the burden of childcare in most homes falls to women, where the burden of caring for the family, of preparing meals, ensuring school attendance, and generally being the homemaker falls to women. As men leave the home to seek opportunity and jobs, the women are left to ensure the home and family functions, as detailed by my colleague, Mr. Nana, earlier on in this debate. So noting this heavy load, I think we can all agree that women need all of the help that they can get. And it's a cruel reality that rural women are the most in need of support, with the demands placed on them made more onerous by scarce resources, by long distances and costly travel, by infrequent tranches of support from the men eking out a living in the suburbs and towns. Rural women find themselves in the most marginal position of all of our citizens. Yet, this ANC government has failed to take their plight seriously. If you want the proof, just look at the Ilima Letsema grant funding that the Minister Didiza mentioned in her speech. The Select Committee on Appropriations did look at that. Just look at the disastrous spending record in rural provinces and look at the projects that they prioritize. As a result of their inability to work, fiscal dumping results in erecting fences for existing commercial farmers in many provinces, not training or providing the basic implements, the simple things like Mr. Nana mentioned. Minister Dlamini Zuma predictably rolled out some historical rhetoric underpinning the ANC's ideologies. Those ideologies were repeated by most of the ANC speakers today in different forms. Discredited ideologies and rhetoric that died on the white papers mentioned by Honorable Bibi and others. Ideologies that have not improved lives. How refreshing it was to hear from the Honorable Philanda Kaiser, who highlighted the work of the Democratic Alliance Western Cape at the Elsenburg Agricultural Training Institute, a beacon of hope. No wonder the census figures that Minister Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma mentioned show that people leaving the Eastern Cape in their droves for a better life in the Western Cape. Add to that project the 3,000 food gardens that the provincial government is supporting, with 700 new food gardens coming on board this year. That is really the DA difference. Then, of course, like the ANC, Ms. Tafeni confirmed that she well knows the problems. She listed them carefully, but she offered no real solutions. No wonder the ANC and the EFF are getting along so well in their coalitions around South Africa. Rather than promoting land invasions, Mr. Feni, these offer no long-term security. The EFF should rather listen to Honorable Christian's speech. Watch it again on YouTube. It promoted access to title deeds for beneficiaries of land reform. Not the patriarchal system run by the ANC at the moment, but proper individual land rights, supported by title deeds to enable real economic independence. As government fails all of us living in South Africa, it is perhaps important for us to focus on those who find themselves bereft of hope. People who saw a glimmer in the post-1994 rainbow dream of South Africa, but have had it snuffed out by increasingly greedy, inept, and uncaring government officials and politicians. We salute the women of South Africa, particularly those living remotely where life is a daily struggle. These women have only one chance to be rescued. That chance lies with a Democratic Alliance-led government in 2024. Waza 2024. Thank you, Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ryder. Thank you for participating in this debate and making your views known. I will, at this moment, invite Honorable Nkosi from the African National Congress to take the platform. I believe that the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces will come later to conclude the debate when the minister responds to this important debate. Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you, Chief Whip. I'm going to stand on behalf of Honorable Nkosi.
Yeah, I was surprised that you don't look like Honorable Nkosi here on the platform, but you are standing for Honorable Nkosi. Thank you. Honorable Maleka, you can proceed.
Thank you, Chief Whip. Greeting to the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, ministers present, MECs, special and permanent delegates. The National Development Plan acknowledges the rural economies have a potential of the agriculture and agro-processing activities that could assist in eradicating poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Rural women in South Africa still have problems of having full participation in agriculture-based challenges they face, and the government has committed to assist and involve women in the agro-processing master plan. AAMP seeks to provide a global, competitive, and inclusive agriculture and agro-processing sectors that are focused on providing food security in a world where women still carry out the majority of the care and domestic burden in countries across the world. South Africa is no different, with women facing the majority of harm that is perpetrated through gender-based violence. Rural women play an important role in building rural social and economic sustainable places, but still women are faced with limited access to credit, health, and education, to mention just a few challenges. Rural women should play a leading role in shaping laws and policies that affect them through being allowed space in leadership to better fight the challenges facing their communities like food and nutrition security. It then becomes important for government to invest in training and development for women in rural areas and assist in developing them to adapt the technological advancement to better serve their communities. Rural women have a significant role in agriculture through working in farms and also working on their own farms where they are able to produce food and cash crops through their agricultural operations, of which involved crops, livestock, and fish farming. The country of South Africa is not different, with most of the areas in the country depending on subsistence agriculture, where women face challenges of having low productivity because of challenges that affect them, which are less likely to be dominant towards men. Rural women lack resources and opportunities in a country where men go to the search for work in cities. Women are left with their responsibility to raising children while facing conditions of both economic and social shocks. And rural women manage their small farms and work on farms as employees while facing food insecurity, health problems, when it comes to the ownership of productive resources. When it comes to expanding agriculture and rural development opportunities for rural women in South Africa, the government has committed to designing and implementing policies that speak to challenges facing rural women like poverty and hunger, inclusivity of women in senior levels, ministries of agriculture, to establish a developmental approach of programs that seek to ensure that women in rural areas are aware of the duties from national level to local level in the agricultural space. The ANC-led government has adopted a rural infrastructure community to access socio-economic development services through construction of rural infrastructure, which contributes to agricultural production through the Animal Health Management Program and River Valley Program. Such programs have benefited a lot of women in rural areas in agriculture and focused on bulk water irrigation schemes, dipping tanks and boreholes, fencing, facilitating and implementing the construction and grading of farm and village access road. We want, as we carry on with the building opportunities in agriculture for rural women, to continue with the establishment and development of cooperatives to enhance knowledge sharing and discussions amongst women in agriculture. We are committed to the opening doors to decent agriculture and non-agricultural employment for rural women. There needs to be a development of institutions that will focus primarily in addressing social, political, and economic facing rural women in agriculture. This comes of the view that even though there are associations like the Farmers Association and other forums, they are still male-dominated. This has an impact where the interests of women are not aligned with the interests of men who are predominant and occupy high position in these existing institutions in agriculture. Gender issues should be included in all national and regional agricultural and food security policy plans to remove the gender gap in the sector where men are dominant. There should be clear stipulation on the matter of resources being allocated more for women than men. This will allow intervention by government to work so that rural women are seen that they do not have access to technology, infrastructure, and market access, which hinders the growth of women in agriculture as compared to men and women in urban areas. The sector is becoming more advanced and sophisticated with regard to technology, with adherence and international standards, with commercial oriented and globally integrated alignment. Rural women need to be equipped to deal with climate variability and migration patterns, which are changing the landscape in rural areas of our country. Rural women in agriculture struggle to meet their short-term expenses and usually rely on credit markets. It becomes very difficult without access to funding to improve on productivity. Most rural women in South Africa want to expand their agricultural operations, but have inputs like seeds, fertilizers, and others. Access to credit is a leading factor to the slow development and growth for rural women of agriculture. It becomes very important for agriculture to
Please, can we be assisted? Honorable Maleka, we can no longer follow the debate. Shaida? I think there's a technical glitch. We are unable to can hear Honorable Maleka. Honorable Maleka, are you able to hear us? Okay. Well, any advice, Shaida?
Oh, yeah, it was I think it's the network. It was a load shedding.
Okay. Okay, you can proceed from where you left, Honorable Maleka.
Department of Agriculture and Land Reform and Rural Development established a beneficiary selection and land allocation policy which aims to provide transparency in providing land and land to deserving beneficiaries. The policy aims to ensure that 50% of the land that will be allocated to deserving beneficiaries will be allocated to women and youth of our country. And in the financial year of 2021, there was a target to redistribute 700,000 deserving farmers was achieved. There has been more than 50% of land transferred to women and 71,253 women benefited. The government Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development was given a mandate to accelerate land redistribution in 2021-2022 financial year, an amount of 39,037 was allocated, with 20,358 hectares allocated to designated groups. In the financial year of 2023-2024, the government is committed to further developing the agricultural sector of communal property associations, CPAs, to make sure that the adherence with CPA Act, there will be 715 CPA executives which will get training on governance and administration skills, and the department will further allocate 4,200 hectares of land to address inequalities through providing access to land with a budget of 645,586 for 2023-2024. We need to specifically, through quantitative research, to provide statistical from year to year on how empowerment of rural women in agriculture has been achieved. The Women's Empowerment of Agriculture Index is a tool that can be used measure the empowerment of women through agency and inclusion of rural women in the agriculture sector. The WEAI will assist us, government, to track progress towards gender equality in the agricultural sector, to see the growth of rural women in the agriculture sector in their farms. The country of South Africa, for export-oriented approach in the agricultural sector, has allowed it to achieve a higher per capita income, while it is still considered as an emerging economy. This means now the country does not face a significant threat with regards to food security, but we need to identify going forward how rural women benefited and how in the success stories of agriculture sector in our country. We must understand in our context as South Africans, we lost generational wealth as the Black majority through the legacy of apartheid and colonization, through deliberate disposition of assets such as land and livestock. To end on this, as the majority of Black people in this country, we were denied opportunities to develop and get access to infrastructure and human capital. We know that it was until 1985 that agricultural policies in our country peruse self-sufficiency through protection of domestic commercial farming, which had negative impact of the growth of the agricultural sector, especially rural women development was stagnant. The integrated food security strategy of South Africa seeks to achieve social and economic access to sufficient, safe and nutritious food to our residents. The IFFS is committed to remove all colonial and apartheid laws which hindered the growth of agricultural sector and the enhancing of rural women in agriculture. Government needs to implement broad policy instrument on how rural women will be involved in sustainable increased production and contribute to growth and the income of the country as they grow themselves. The land and redistribution program of women farmers on an aspect of gender seeks to expand women and youth for us to pave a new dawn which address the legacy of past racial and gender discrimination in agricultural sector. LR 80 is vehicle that can be used to address the injustice in the past and allow ownership of land and access to it for rural women in South Africa. Thank you, Chief Whip. I'm done, Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maleka. Now I'm struggling on my part. Thank you very much for your contribution to the debate, Honorable Maleka. And this brings us now to almost towards the end of our debate, in that we'll request the Minister Thoko Didiza, to conclude the debate. Minister, can I invite you?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip of the NCOP, to the members, honorable members who participated in debate, and those who are at home. I must say that I was heartened by the level of the debate on this matter, because on one hand, it laid bare the historical injustices that were faced as a country. It also showed the gap in being able to forge in a concerted effort on what we collectively need to do in addressing the problem that we face. But I also want to indicate, Honorable Chief Whip and members, that it is and it will be an insult for us to claim that very little has been done to uplift the women of our country, and also in the agricultural sector and rural sector in particular. And it is important to appreciate that we may not have achieved everything that we want to, but it would not be a fact to say nothing has been done. I want to take us back to 1994, which a matter that Honorable BP has raised in terms of the Reconstruction and Development Program. If you look at the first policy that was developed and interventions clearly directed to the most vulnerable women and children. Free access to health for pregnant women, free access to health for children from 0 to 6, issues of school nutrition, issues of social grants to assist women with children, issues of school nutrition, issues of access to education to ameliorate the challenge of those families who cannot afford. All of these, both in health and education and social development, were attending to the most vulnerable in our society. And I also want to take us into the realities that most of those who live in rural areas also experience. Somewhat a change to what it may have been in the past. A number of our traditional leaders have actually given access to land for women, either as individuals or as cooperatives, who are actually working, some of them, in a commercial space, even in those rural communities. Partnership between government and private sector, uplifting of rural women in the agricultural sector is visible and is there. I would like to take Honorable Nana to Tlantane in the Eastern Cape. I would like to take Honorable Nana to NCOP in the Eastern Cape. I would like to take Honorable Nana to Limpopo in Mulej. I'm mentioning just these as an example,
of how the interventions of this ANC-led government have actually sought to improve the lot of our people, in particular women. Majority of us here in this very NCOP and Parliament. Not long ago, there was only one woman before 1993, Honorable Rina Fentel, who was the Minister of Health. Just before 1994, Honorable Sheila Kamera, who was the Deputy Minister of Justice. From the time in which the institution of the National Party government was in power, there was only one woman in the decision-making process. Today, a majority of us who are speaking here in this debate, that democratic state led by the African National Congress have made it possible for us, women from the urban and the rural, to be able to participate in the decision-making process. If you look at a number of women who benefited, as I said earlier, from the Presidential Employment Stimulus Initiative, were actually rural women who, for the first time, some of them were able to get support. And I must say that there was a lot of disgruntlement from some sectors of the political elite who actually felt that government was wasting money by putting it in subsistence agriculture. But it is these interventions that enabled our communities to be resilient even in the most difficult time of COVID. Similarly, with the COVID intervention that sought to give smallholder farmers who were operating between 20,000 Rand a year to R1 million would get 50,000 Rand as a form of assistance in order so that they don't go out of their operations. Again, that policy intervention was attacked by some of the political elite in this house, some of them who are now debating as though they've actually cared that much about the rural women folk. I'm citing this because when we attend to the challenges of women empowerment, and particularly rural women, we also need to look at the speck in our eyes and see how we remove that. I hear honorable members from the DA are saying, look at the Western Cape where we govern. Yes, I look at the Western Cape. When I look at the Western Cape, as you have said, what have I seen in Philippi, where some of the women are not given assistance by the Western Cape government? What do I see in some of the rural areas of Western Cape, where some of the vulnerable women have never got any support? So we all have a challenge equally to look at how our policies, our legislation, and our programmatic intervention are actually doing to change the lot of our people. We are not yet there, but we have started. And I think it is important to say, what more do we need to do? And some of the honorable members, Chairperson, have indeed made an indication of look at the indicators, have a monitoring tool so that you can clearly say where you have made the policy like land allocation and beneficiary policy, does it really, target the 50% of women? When we as legislators look at the budget of our provincial and national government and the equitable share as well as the grants, how do we measure that that budget goes to women? Yes, I accept that's a good proposal that's coming from you. One honorable member, Detroit, actually said to us, look at the issue so that we're able to give independence to women. This is a debate that we have been having with traditional leaders and their communities, CBOs, academics, and everybody else last year in the Land Summit. Because indeed, we need to look at how do we make sure that our customary tenure system is liberating, not constraining people. So I accept that proposal. Another intervention was look at the financial instruments that you give. How do you make sure that they target women, both in the micro and in the macro space, so that when we look at your blended finance of your agribusiness fund and any other fund, we need to be deliberate about how much of those allocated on an annual basis go to women, and I accept that is a good proposal. At the same time, Honorable Nkosazana has raised the issue of training, which indeed I agree. We need to look at how we empower women to build from what they have, because truth of the matter is, a majority of our women have been working the land for a number of years, but what they might be requiring, it's upliftment in the skill sets that they have so that they can even be better in understanding the market, they can be better in land preparation and application of the chemicals on the goods that they are producing. The other one said, Minister, look at how you pool the resources in the agri-parks so that through mechanization, through storage facility, these can uplift women. So that in the way in which even decision-making are being made in those facilities, women are part and parcel, so that we are deliberate rather than accidental. And I would like, therefore, to thank women who have participated and our MECs who have actually shown through examples what they are doing in each and every province. Even though there were only 2 provinces today, I'm sure if we had all the MECs participating, we would have been much more enlightened as to what is happening in the various provinces in attending to this challenge. But again, if you look at statistics, South Africa census results, it also indicates to us, where are you finding most women participating in small-scale agriculture in this country? And that data must help us in the targeting as we go forward in addressing the problem that we face. But from where I am, I would like to congratulate those women, the policymakers and the legislators who keep us on our toes on a daily basis to make the lives of our women, particularly rural women, to be much better than it was before. And from where I sit, the democratic government of the ANC, with all the interventions that has been made prior to 1994, while it was a liberation movement, and now as a party leading government, we cannot deny that it has made a tremendous mark to change the lives of our people, and more particularly women, for the better. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Tokoti Diza. Your remarks brings to an end this important debate on the International Rural Women's Day on the theme expanding agriculture and rural development opportunities on women in South Africa, with emphasis to rural women in South Africa. We really want to express our appreciation to yourself, Minister Tokoti Diza, and Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma, who took the time to take part in this very important debate. In fact, we are always heartened by the fact that you always avail yourselves to participate in the debates in the National Council of Provinces, and we really appreciate and take it as highly commendable that as members of the executive, you always available. Equally, I want to express appreciation to the members of the executive councils in provinces and special delegates who participated in this debate. And it was really an important debate. And I believe that as members of the National Council of Provinces, we'll go back to some of the issues that are expressed in these debates and in a much more meaningful way, ensure that even in the conduct of our oversight, we appreciate where progress is made, areas where we still continue to work together to ensure that the conditions of women in rural communities is uplifted for the better. So thank you, honorable members of the National Council of Provinces and South African Local Government Association for participating in this house. We also apologize for technical glitch in some areas because of weather conditions. As all of us know that unpredictable weather conditions because of the climate change, and we had experienced that with other members. But however, we appreciate, and also the record of Hansard will always help us to go back into understanding in a much more better way these debates. Thank you very much. And I also want to acknowledge the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Ndate Masondo, who started with this debate. And I appreciate how you have helped me to steer the last part of the debate, honorable members. The House stands adjourned. Siyabonga, re a leboha, re a khensa. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Delegates from KZN, thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Good night. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Sabo.
Thank you, Mami.
Ndongeni.
Thanks, special delegates from Limpopo. Thank you.
Colleagues, I take it that all members have been removed from the platform.
Yes, Advocate, they have.
That they've been removed. And I think if that's the case, any observations that colleagues have observed in their areas of operation, except
Advocate?
of course the glitch that we
Advocate?
all experienced, which
Advocate Nonyane?
yes. Who's
The host must, it's Liesel, Advocate. The host must just remove Parliament Streaming's co-hosting rights so we can put her in the waiting room, because now our meeting is being broadcast on YouTube.
Thank you very much, Madam, for that. Who's the host?
Honorable Tsube is still on the platform. Oh, it's out now.
Tsube, okay. Who's hosting too? I see Office of the Chief Whip, Yusuda, yourself, Lizel, as well, and Dumisani.
It's me, Advocate. I've already removed the